Hey there, girlfriend.
Give! Hi! It's good to see you. Oh my god. Is it working? Is it working? It has been a day. Oh my god. It's so nice to see your name. Yay! Oh, that's so nice. Happy, happy respiratory illness season. Loud and clear. Oh, that's wonderful. So, I will repeat this often, but the reason I'm streaming is because I'm going to be making a game for my kids that my youngest is designing. And, I want to be a good parental unit and support them and their creativity and stuff, but they don't know how to program, and maybe I do. But I don't really know how to program in Lua yet, but I'm learning. I'm learning. Maybe you can help me. Help me figure out the architecture of this thing. Oh my god. Give Academy. I really wish we could have gotten the code for you can't even read, dude. Maybe that's true, but still. Good to see you, Adam. I'm going to make a Roblox game, and they've given me the design, and I'm starting to see more of the picture, and I just have to come up with the architecture in Lua, which I apparently can have classes, and it can I can modularize. Canute, oh my God, there's people! What's going on? Oh, okay. Well, then here it is. I'm learning how to do it, so you will teach me how to do it. Or I will teach you and you will teach me. We will learn together, okay? It's 2 a.m. You with your fancy travel. Adam is in Twitch. So I'm now double streaming, and I'm going to do this more often. Is I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and last night I had nobody in the stream here, but coding. Okay. Uh, so YouTube chat gets redirect. It gets bridged by the bot over to Twitch, so the Twitch people know that YouTube people are talking, but the YouTube API is so heavily quoted that I only get. I'm just going to look at my update here. Botpourri Sass. I only get 10,000 queries a day, or 10,000 quota points a day, and I've already used up 2,500 of them. And they go pretty quickly. So I've been throttling the YouTube quota, the YouTube queries a lot. So I'm not bridging Twitch chat to YouTube because you can do whatever you want. No, that's fine. It gives me a YouTube viewer. It's okay. You could talk to me. What I'm doing is I've throttled it so that it queries a minimum of 5 seconds. The bot queries YouTube chat every 5 seconds. And if you don't say anything in 5 seconds, it queries it in 6 seconds. There's in the response when you query chat, YouTube gives you a allowable time before you can query again. And so then it goes to 6 seconds and then 7 seconds. And then if you say something, it goes half min 5,000. So it goes back to the lowest it can go. If you don't say anything, it'll just keep growing until 45 seconds. I could probably grow it faster so that it throttles down and just stops querying chat if there's nothing has been said for a few seconds. But I wanted it to be kind of more responsive so that if anybody was saying something, it would like quickly accelerate to grabbing the chat more often so I wouldn't miss any. Because that has been the problem, is tracking the YouTube chat versus the Twitch chat. I usually have multiple instances of the chat on the screen because I'm like a distracted kitty cat. So coding. Okay, so I'll show you where we're at. It's been a while. So here's the bot now. I have been fixing the chat. It's not 100% fixed, and that's why one of the topics today is to fix the chat window, which is this thing. Presently, I hard-coded this widget to have 4 tabs, an all tab, and then Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, which aren't functional. And so any of the chat that comes from any source just goes to the all channel. And I don't know if this is really important or anything, but I was going to have the various subtabs come from the corresponding source so that and then have each plugin. So these are the plugins that are enabled. So right now we are streaming on YouTube, and you can see the little red radio tower, and we're streaming on Twitch. So we have the little red radio tower, and OBS is running and streaming, so we have the little red radio tower. Couldn't set a bot viewer and not API. Couldn't set up a bot viewer and not use API, but you had mentioned something along the lines of, I wish we could have gotten the code for, what were you? Oh, for ASIO Pro, the, you know, John Smith's cow. Oh my word. Be still, my beating heart. 006 has entered the chat. I have been okay. I don't know. I'm good. Okay, I'm okay now. I have been on the mend, let's just say, over the longest period of time. And for the last month and a bit, I started streaming again because I kind of finally passed a little, hurdle of getting back on a horse, and I've resurrected my bot. It's kind of all working. I released and approved by the patch. Yes, I got that. I need to make a new, more user-friendly patcher. And oh my God, I got so many emails and questions about how to use it. You know what? Well, shit, I am an absolute freaking expert with it. A super expert with this tool. I love it. It's a little clunky, I won't lie. The interface is, it's written by a programmer, and he really knew what he was doing, but it's clunky. It's a clunky thing, and it has so many superpowers. It's such epic software. I kind of where I dream that I could write this bot to be as epic as this thing, but this is actually useful. Mine is just silly. The stupidity, like if you have an actual audio interface like I do, the nonsense you have to do to get it into a functional state, and then with my DAW, so you basically have like the main desktop configuration router, and then you have the routing that occurs within FL Studio or whatever DAW you use. Some of it is automatic. As soon as I select a new channel and bind it to one of the inputs, it will automatically do the driver in part. But these little nonsenses so that I can direct the different the Windows speaker devices to channels in the DAW so that I can mix them and do whatever I want with them and then route them out again. It's so complicated. It's just stupidly complicated. But I understand it now. I've studied this for so many years that I understand it. Um, so yeah, if you get questions, you can use me, okay? I will maybe I had tutorials for it, but in my identity crisis period, I took them all down. So, anyways, I've been fixing this. This is working much better now. I've got little icons for the different things. I can right click on people's names and I get, oh, it's all a little gimpy. See, that shouldn't be way down there. It should be way up there. I don't know why it's way down there, but I can go info and it's slow. And then it gives me the info on this Adam character, which is nothing. I've got nothing here. I can say an international cook. And now I have a factoid. I have put it on my calendar for Monday. I will make a user-friendly patcher and update blog post video. I would love if I could get a form of contact for people needing help with the interfaces. Yeah. An email for thing? Oh, an email. Well, I mean, whatever. You could just do something like, I don't know. What's it called again? I just forgot what it's called. ASIO Link Pro. So, how about ASIO Link Pro at clicktoy.com. I'm an ASIO Link Pro. Oh my God. People came, people left. Or the bot has reported them as having left. I'm not sure. Anyways, so right now, I've just been optimizing queries to the different APIs and throttling things differently. Sure, and maybe I should make a new tutorial. I don't really know how to provide a proper tutorial. I think I'm more of a question and answer driven person than a straight up, expert tutorial giver. I kind of answer questions better. I'm a directed teacher. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm just trying to get this thing out of the way so that it functions and so now that I have it working with YouTube, so like here, you've been talking for a couple seconds. So if I go back to the API quota, so this is this eye-melting white screen, queries per day. So it only gives you 10,000 quota points a day. And I was working on it last night, so I've already used up, oh, what? It's only 600 now? I'll refresh. SAS 2517. Okay, maybe it's not like real time or anything like that. There's queries per minute, which we're way below, but this will get used up. Boom, look at that. Oh no, see, it isn't updating, so we're already at 28. We've used 300 quota points in the last 5 minutes. Damn. Yeah, niche questions. So, but things are kind of working. See, it says that there's two. And Cav is here. That's amazing. Cav, sorry, completely did not forget you. How beautiful. I've been working on getting better, and this year progress has been made. I have a pretty decent job that I'm happy with. I enjoy, and it's hard, but I like it. And then I feel more motivated, I guess. I might as well be. I have nothing else, so I'll just be motivated. Uh, Cav. Um, I fixed my YouTube view. This is broken. The YouTube player is still a little bit broken, or my player, because if I press pause, it thinks that the video has ended. So I need to fix the state management of this to be either playing or paused, or buffering, so that if I make a song request, like song request, and then I go find some YouTube song request. What's a good example? History. Ooh. I watched a video this morning. It was really good. Where's the video? Here it is. Copy. So if I make a song request with a YouTube link, it will look it up. So this is using the API, and it adds up Charlie Antioni Knockout Part 1. So it's added that to the queue. I hate my job. It takes me away from the family. You drive 7,000 miles a month. Aww. So if I knew how to make money, I would make a company and I would hire everybody. We'd have our own little empire, and we would just, I don't know, make cookies and write software and dance if we could. I can't really dance because of the arthritis, but I would if I could. I would dance. Maybe I should just put on a bathing suit and sit in the water, and then I dance in a pool. Lesson: get up and walk, kids. Don't sit in your chair for 30 years like dumb old sass. I love this, that I can see which chat is talking and I can pay attention. Oh, it just makes the cockles of my heart warm. So, I get so distracted. That's just a product of all of the self-abuse I've done. I had this I wanted to make. I wanted to make my little command button work. I wanted to make the resizing of this work. I'm not a very good JavaScript jQuery expert. I'm not an expert jQuery user. So there's all sorts of refresh events that don't work in this thing. If I tab away to another tab and then tab back. The cool thing that I did recently, and this is the thing that I want to spend more time on specifically, is the hue plugin. So I have all these lights, or these scenes for the lights that are in the back. And if I say red, please, and the speech plugin works, it didn't work. Red, please. It worked. There we go. So it switched the lights to red. It's just picking one of these scenes, which is the gaming scene, and it switches to that scene. And there's chat commands for it. There's hue scene 9, make it blue. Hue scene 10 or 8, I think 8 is the working it. Yeah, working it active. So it gives you the name of the scene. Tangent Queen. Oh, I didn't show you. I got Christmas nails. They're so pretty. They're sparkly red. I am a Christmas ornament. That's my birthday present to myself. Not quite yet. On the 25th, I get older. Another spin around the sun. I passed the my what is it, your ghost lap, and I'm going to see if I can do better this lap than I did last lap. But see, now I switched back to this thing, and this tab didn't get notification that it got focus, so it didn't reflow this panel. And I did add a bunch of I was looking at this, and I was trying to figure out which control, like sub, before activate, tab, blah, 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 hue scenes. So it got a sub before activate. No, that might have been from before. So like, I don't think it worked. If I go like here and then here, I don't get a new activate message. But if I press, I'm going to move this off the thing so I'll just say, if I click it, no activate. If I click this one, I get an activate on the groups tab. And now I can click on that and I get an activate on the scenes and it refreshes. But it doesn't refresh properly sometimes. Sometimes the buttons are all mashed together, like it didn't get the full width at the same time. It's very confusing. So right now I'm not working on so last Monday I did episode 1 of the Roblox game stream, and then I wanted to get more of this working. So now the YouTube part is working, and then I can start again. Or episode 2. Maybe Monday, but there's going to be more of them. I'm going to be taking extra weeks off over Christmas, like starting the 16th. So I'm going to work on this more. The first big effort is to figure out the class structure for the application, like a terrain manager, a player manager, an enemy manager, or I don't know. It's just a simulation. I'm not sure. I haven't decided what the components are that will make up the application and how that really works, and best practices in Luau and stuff. So I want it to be as good as I can make it for having never made one before in an alien language. It's kind of like JavaScript, I think. It's pretty weird though. Now what was I working on? I didn't have an agenda. I just didn't want to be alone. I can't be alone anymore. I have to do something. I have to go online and say something to people. Mark Tizzy is here saying, you were here yesterday. You said that and then you left. What's your beef, Chief? What's going on with you? You come in and say Ayu and then you leave. You have to say more than that. Who are you? What are you? What's your beef? Are you a programmer? Are you a dancer? Are you an international chef, spy? What's your story? Coding while streaming is viewed by many as being similar feeling to schizophrenic, alone talking to a box and responding to voices. You know what though? It's you got pulled away by kiddos. Well, that's a completely legit excuse. Oh, Amarin, shut up. Of course I remember. Wow. Should I make a note? Info. It's actually Amarin. Bloop. There. Now you have been documented. Now why is that thing putting the freaking widget way down there? It doesn't make sense. So bananas. Oh, those look like bananas. Chef's kiss. Um, I had an agenda. I wanted the chat, I wanted the different plugins to send an event to the chat that they were there and that they should have that they are a channel that can broadcast to this. Now, I'm not using my channel messages very correctly. Bananas. Um, I immediately got distracted. Oh, Miss Cow says hi. Yay. Did she like the record? Did she like any of it? I think the nicest song on there for actual like periodic hearing is Floating. That's like the nicest song. If I just make that mute and play it, because I want to hear it too. I know I have been playing it as my intro to the video when I start up, but let's just listen to it. It'll put me in the mood. Kind of a nice Saturday morning thing. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that nice? Hilo? Percolate! Did it work? Was that right? Was that right? Did I do it right? I practiced. I made a little audio thing for you, Hilo. Did it work? Did I pronounce it correctly? I'm waiting with bated breath. Apparently, Hilo didn't even hear it. Oh, for God's sakes. Can I can I can I give you a smack? The bot played. I don't know. Type in ampersand Hilo 73 or at Hilo 73. Only you can run it, I think. Well, smelling great. No, not dollar. And it might be, and if it's not that, I'll make sure that it is. But, or maybe it's just Hilo. Aw. Okay, that's not the link. Just a second. Let's go look at the command. Hilo. Oh, just at Hilo. No 73. Sorry. Hilo? Percolate. Did you hear it? Did I pronounce that right? Percolate in Swedish is devil or something like that. Son of a bitch. Grumpy old bastard. I don't know what it means. Percolate. The bad dude. Oh. Of course, I fundamentally think of you as this super gentle Mr. Rogers kind of character. I bet I would be like completely shocked and out of my mind if I met you and you absolutely wouldn't match anything and I would just have to say, I'm sorry, you're not the Hilo of my imagination. Goodbye. Gubba gubba gubba. I get so fucking distracted. Let me just put my head back on again. What I want is I want some more debug messages here that tell me when a tab gets focused. Because when I switch away, see, it worked. But sometimes, I don't know, some of them don't. Like, what was one I was on before? I was on Hue, right? I was over here and I was doing stuff. I'm like, and then I went back to plugin and it's, see, boink. Like, what the flapping hell? Why did it lose its size? So some communication is not propagating. Now these tabs are propagating. So what I need to understand is the top level tabs refresh. So that's opening the main page. And then I was like tabs refresh, tabs subactivate. But I'm not getting open page commands. Content tabs, viewers on message control join, select tabs before activate plugin wrappers. So when I select this, I'm not getting any message. So I must need to print a message for, I need one of these for plugins? No. For sections. Find sections. Sections. So the section wrappers, I retrieve them. And I add the tabs to the corresponding sections and I get the data for the content and the plugins, and then on the content I do the thing. But how do I know, where do I put the function refresh thing for those tabs? I don't know. I don't even know where I put the last one. If I go back, go back. like for each plugin function, do all this stuff, and then I do all of the select cell tabs. So that's inside of that. No data to the plugin. Now this one is content. So these are the sections, I think. So if I have a dollar function refresh thing in here, but then I thought it was what this was. Tabs refresh, channel length, tabs activate. Yeah, here we go. Let's put there. That's what I was looking for. So we're activating whatever that is. Activate, before activate. I don't know if I need to print each one of those stupid things. Otherwise, content. There's this function refresh, but I don't put a comment. So I'm not sure what this at function is refreshing. I could probably go content tabs. For each content tab, make the find. So I actually don't know. There's no context. For each the content. Oh, name. That's what, okay, well I want these things. I'll just print those. If the subpanel existed, then it doesn't existed, and if it's got that, and did I just copy and paste that? Activate subtitle. Yes, I did. Okay, so those are the things I want to print. So this is kind of like a content tab. Activate. But I don't know if it's activate or if it's just... I don't know what it is. Let's go name. And subpanel curly brace, dollar curly brace, dollar curly brace, subpanel ID, subpanel ID, tabs, or maybe I want that. Okay, so maybe that's what will give me some more debugging information as to how this thing refreshes. So let's give it a try. I will, I don't know what you guys want to see because I've got things on 3 monitors here. So I will refresh, which will refresh this, and then I will see a whole bunch of debug messages here. And what am I looking at? I don't even know what I printed. Content tab. Content tab. Admin wrapper utils. Before activate content admin wrapper. Activate content tab. So it's actually it's activating all of the tabs, but I'm on the dashboard. Makes no sense. Now if I click plugins, what do I get? I get nothing. I just get viewers join control. I'm not getting any events from changing tabs. That's absolutely not what I wanted. Or maybe I should do it like this. Cell tabs? How many cell tabs calls are there? Maybe this function refresh is only called once. Undo, redo. Cell load. Probably getting content. Ajax get. I mean, I don't think that happened more than once. If I go back through the log, it says Content tab admin, Content tab plugins, doc ready, open page viewers wrapper, open page plugins wrapper, open page admin wrapper, dashboard got a doc ready. So those are sub-page queries that are giving me those updates. Everybody left. Or you all went quiet. I guess we're not. I'm just kind of working, so like, what are we talking about? If you wanted to talk, then we could talk. But then, of course, you'd be having me loudly talking about whatever it is you want to talk about. Maybe later, I was going to play GTA. But right now in the morning, I just wanted to goof off. You know, sometimes you just want to goof off. 3 streams and modding one? Oh my god, so busy. So busy. Why are you so busy? Well, there's nothing to watch here. This is the least exciting one. Some disco. Funky disco. Is it even registering? It's really quiet. Like, you should just be able to barely hear the little disco beat in the background. Okay, what are we doing? I don't really understand this. Cell tabs. If I look for dot tabs, that gives me a place to put all the activate functions. So this is in the index where we can add classes and do whatever. If we're using tabs, do that. There's our activate. Activate a top tab. Oh, there we go. See, I just needed to put the UI new panel attribute ID. So maybe what I should do is propagate it. If I get a top tab activate, maybe I should know what its subtabs are. Or maybe there's a way to enumerate what the subtabs are. Gosh, maybe there is a path. I don't know how I would know that. I don't know if there's a relationship between the tabs on a page and anything on activate. Okay, now we have a place to print. Tabs refresh. Select tabs. Like, why am I doing that? I think that's the refresh command. Remove, add, append, refresh. And then there's this, which is setting all of these commands. Yeah. So that's the mystery right there. How would I force this to happen? Sub content ID. I would need to have each sub panel know its parent. Pop-up parent, sub content ID, pop-up parent. I could store it as data within the div of the tab. Nope, I don't know. I don't know how I would get it. No, it's just because to go the other way around. No. Maybe there's just a way to enumerate the top level divs within a tab. I'm not sure. Load the content of the panel. And then when we load content, boom, 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 gone. We load data and we end up with content and we get the ID of that element. So maybe there's an enumerate that I could use in the top level that would enumerate the subtabs and then the content page. Pull right. So this is for each content. This is each left-hand tab panel. Oh my God, this is so complicated. Plus, this isn't very good code. Okay, let's just. This is wrong. You know, like, come on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember how this works. I mean, I'm also a little bit. Okay, let's go back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I was looking up these. Tabs refresh. Set the active. Tabs before activate. That's already got that. So I think I've got activate functions everywhere now. But now I think that's the secret. If I propagated the activation, that might be the ticket. Because chat is kind of the same one. The body tab, for one, oh, it does have an activate. Activate the chat. And it's supposed to trigger a resize. But it often comes up with goofy sizes. Self widget, selective tab, index. So this gives me more something or other. Body tabs, activate tabs, tabs. You're back. Okay. I will wait for you. Today I do have to go out to get a Christmas tree. Probably at 1 or 1:30. So I'm just going to hang around here for a couple hours. And then just already been doing this for 52 minutes. Yeah, so 3 hours, and then I'm going to set up my Christmas tree and maybe do this more. Kind of Christmas timey thing to do. Okay. I'm going to save that, save, and refresh. And now let's see what we get. Activate and set chat widget. Yeah, did I get an activate dashboard? Okay, let's click one. Plugins, dashboard. Okay, I'm not getting activate commands for these top tabs. Damn. Those are known as sections. So maybe if I saved the damn page, it would work. Oh, well, I don't have a tree yet. Well, I'm going to get a tree. I'm going to be cool like you. Activate and set tab chat widget. Okay, that's great. Oh, there we go. Activate a top tab plugins wrapper. Activate a home wrapper. Plugins wrapper. So if I go to something that I know doesn't refresh, which was hue, and I go back to here, and I touch one of these things, I've kind of changed the focus, but then I go here, and it works, of course. You're just going to be a bitch about it, right? Oh, because of my print, am I printing? Because I'm printing activate tab, and now it's just going to refresh? For God's sakes. Activate the viewers tab. So I can't do anything to make that refresh. I'd have to reload the page. So what am I going to do? I need to enumerate something. This viewer tab, if we inspect it, is in the header div, and the href is an anchor link. Hashtag viewers wrapper. And there is a viewers wrapper. And it has a div with tabs. And then, I don't know where that is, a div of viewer wrapper stats and search. Oh, okay. And right now we have viewer search is selected. So this one is supposed to be active. And it says hidden false, display block. So when this thing came into being, this one, we have this search, this container. It's like if I can enumerate them somehow, I don't know how to do this. I could refresh this entire div, maybe, but I don't know if I have the data to do that. I'm not really sure. I don't really know. But we know the anchor. So what if I could force the div to reflow? What's the question that the universe has to be asked? On jQuery tab selection, how to force anchor element to refresh. Refresh tab content on click. Another simple way. Okay, well, this is 2009. Content tab is loaded for thing. When tab is selected, I have to switch to tab 2 and then back to tab to refresh the area. How do I make tab 1 refresh loaded content when I click on its tab? HTML is coded below. 00401211218. Another simple way to refresh the tab in jQuery is to use the load method. The numeric value is the zero-based index of the tab you wish to refresh. But I don't know which one it is I want to refresh. Because, for example, I don't know. What is this guy? When defining your tabs that load Ajax content, make sure to use a title attribute, which puts the value in the loaded div's ID. Well, they all have IDs. Which puts the value in the loaded div. In my case, was alert tab. Otherwise, the jQuery generated div has an arcane ID. Does it now? Now use this inside whatever event you want to reload the tab. So, alert tab. Well, I do that. Go back up to this is the top bar, and it has buttons, and I selected the viewer tab. It doesn't have a title. It has an href. It has an ID, UID3. It has an ID. It doesn't have a title. I don't think I'm in control of that. I don't understand. List item. Tab index 0. The viewer's wrapper. Tab index -1. I don't know why. What's -1? UI UID3. There it is. Oh, there is a UID area labeled by. So there is a link between this and that. So if this is selected, I can perhaps find by property, by value within an element. So I mean, viewer's wrapper is the href. And then this one has UID. And then what else does it have? Top panel, role top panel. And then there's the viewer tabs, which is 1 and 2. And the viewer tabs doesn't tell me which one is selected, but it tells me the labeled by UID6, which is the actual div of the search. And it doesn't have that ID anywhere. What the heck does that mean? Are these just like subsequent IDs within a single tab group? UID. Yeah, it must be. Every single time you add another one of these things, it must make more IDs. Because a plugin wrapper has a ton of them. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. And then those ones have the labeled by 7. Ooh. I wish I had. I really wish there was a JavaScript expert. I would just like, save me from myself. Can I enumerate by what? What if I just forced viewer's wrapper to refresh? Would that force a refresh, or is that already doing that? And if you forced refreshed the sub tab, would can I have a cascading refresh of the sub tab's UID ID3? See, that doesn't make any sense. This one doesn't even mention. No. This one has. It has the UL. That's what I was looking for. So it has a controls viewer wrapper stats, viewer wrapper search. Okay, so it has the ID UID5. There it is. Okay. What was that? Something beeped at me. So tabs have an ID, and the ID that they have is found in the area labeled by property. And the currently selected tab has an ID of an area ID of the subtab that it will refresh. And then the subtab has its selected tab, which I do persist in a cookie. And I think there's a way. I think there's a way. Just saying. I'm just saying there may be a way. Hello, kitty. You want to say hi? Here, come here. Say hi to everybody. Oh, for God's sakes. There, that's Gladys. Kitty camera. What have I done? Why is this thing so gimpy? You're gonna walk over there? Okay. There, kitty cam. She's gonna go under the monitor. Doesn't matter. I horsed around for no good reason. What do I need to do? This tab, so if we're on the Viewers tab, it has an ID. If I can print off this UI ID 3 when I activate, I don't know what I can actually print. So let's go look at that. On activate wrapper, who calls that? Reloader. Is this me trying to make this work? It was. Probably didn't work. And then I gotta go back to this thing. And this thing is activate a top tab. Fine. Activate a come on. Top tab. Oh, searching selection. Tar document. So we'll go back to code. When we activate a top tab, we are getting the ID of the tab, viewer wrapper. Store the selected tab in an event to refresh. Got it. Need to trigger a resize. If a top tab wasn't visible when the UI was loaded, its client rect is size 0. This only resizes the wrapper div, not its contents. Grids aren't resizing. So this is my bug. We're going to fix this. So if we trigger a resize of that, maybe I can capture the resize call? Is that the theory? Can you capture, what did I just do? Can I jQuery on event resize? Is that a thing? Depending on implementation, resize events can be sent continuously as the resizing is in progress. Okay, let's go look. Count the number of times a browser window is resized. Buh. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe if I attach a function to the resize, that can in turn refresh it somehow? Because if I go look at this log, viewer control refresh, top tab viewer wrapper. So this is a subtab, right? I don't know anything. Right here. So maybe this is it. Maybe I go cell tabs. Maybe I go cell dot resize. How about that? Cell dot resize colon function banana burp and we'll just say that function. And now what we want is this. Sub refresh. Maybe I'll put a breakpoint on it. Save. I don't even know if it's going to work. Let's reload. Crash. It didn't work. This parent is not a function. Okay. That's garbage. Is that garbage? This attribute is not a function. Well, what do I have? What do I know? I don't know anything. How about I just say hello, and then we will put a breakpoint on it. Save. And then do I get anything? Sub refresh. Yes, I get these calls. Now here's the real question. Activate and set tab widget. If I go here, activate a top tab, I get refreshes. Sub refresh content tab. Sub refresh content tab. That's good. I'm getting refreshes there as well. That's a huge piece of progress. Activate top tab. So this is not activating a refresh of this other tab. See? We're making progress. Oh my God. Very, very weak progress. But you know what? I'm going to take whatever I can get and I will put it in a box with some wrapping paper and some extra cookies and some chocolate, and then I will send it to my friends, and then they will go, thank you. And then I will go, my pleasure. Are you kidding? I'm happy to do it. Eat your goddamn cookies. And they will eat them. And everyone will smile. Plugins. Here we go. This is the beans. So cell tabs, we want to do exactly the same thing. We want a cell refresh, and this is the selected tabs resize. But I don't know the name of it. So now that I have that, we can refresh this again. Chozilla. So over here, I have a web Java jQuery JavaScript user interface to a custom local web server bot entity, and I'm not top shelf Java query JavaScript anything. It's so when I touch one of these things in this HTML that's loaded into a div, into a tab, onto a master index page, and then I switch away, it worked, of course. If I go back and wiggle, and now it's just going to work. Go back and wiggle and switch and do stuff, and then go back. It's going to work. Cool, man. There we go. There's a good example. It didn't. It didn't work. So I selected this, which refreshes whatever via cookie, whatever tab was last loaded. So it loads that tab, and then that tab is supposed to refresh this, and this is supposed to resize, and this is like a table grid, and it didn't. It didn't. And so I'm just adding some little console prints that says activated the top tab and activated the viewers tab. So that's good news. And so what I need to do is I need to put a breakpoint. Sources, index, and I don't really know what thing I should put in there. Maybe this one, cell tabs, resize. I think that's the one. So if I put a breakpoint there, and then I tab, I get it. So right now, paused, what I'm seeing is that is shrunk. And then on resize, it should become unshrunk. And so what, I can't really see what it is. What do I know? My scope. I have a this. For this variable I have is a plugin wrapper, which is right, because that's what I selected. What can I name? What do I have? I have no aerial things. Everything is null. Everything is null. The client height and width are known, so that's known. That's good to see. The first child, look at that. Plugin tabs are the tabs. The first child element is make it wider so we can see it. Is an array of stuff. Your technology stack was outdated. Yeah, well, this bot is it's 2016, so 23, 8 years old. And I dev'd it for up until 2018-ish, 2019, and then I died, and then I came back to life a month ago. So there's some holes, and I don't really know how to rewrite this entire UI is something else. I don't even know if that's important. It's just the UI is so complex. I don't want to. It's just too much. I don't know what to write it in. It's all got like it's dependent on dead technology that isn't even updated anymore. I don't know. What do you do, man? I didn't want to make a native UI because I was hoping I could port it and then it would run on Apple or Unix or whatever, but you would have this web UI into it. And the UI is all dynamic, programmatically generated from whichever plugins are currently enabled in the system. but the refresh isn't propagating, and I don't know how. So what do I know? What do I know here? I know that I am this wrapper and the plugin, the thing that's web components is new. Well, what is web components? Are you an expert? Are you like an expert? Are you going to help drive my bus? Components. Is it so new that it doesn't have MDN web docs 23? A set of JavaScript APIs allow you to define custom elements and their behavior, which can then be used to design in your user interface. Webcomponents.org 2018. Framework free, transpiler free, scaffolding free web components. Forms. Uh-huh. 86 forms. Form custom elements. Custom form element. A wrapper around forms that can validate and submit forms. It has two modes. Okay. In an HTML, I don't want to write HTML. I want code to generate HTML. By native, a button will submit a form however you want to submit it. By a handler, contributing. I don't want to write forms. Demo. I'm not impressed with this technology at this moment. You think this is old? Well, this is not working. Ironform works with native and custom elements to prevent automatic redirection. You can submit a form, but how do you create the form? Do you create it with JSON? No. You literally have coded a form. I don't want to write forms. So just so you know, because you're awesome and I want you to know things, this user interface is constructed by me sending every plugin. So for example, we're looking at the commands plugin. I send it this JSON script that tells me what widgets to put on the dashboard page, and then what tabs are on the. I'll go back to here. So there's commands, a commands tab, an events tab, a tokens tab, and a setup tab, and then those are comprised of a schema, which is like, for example, plugin schema is that there is a plugin is enabled, plugin is there's enabled a button, and then there's an options which says that this is a form, submit it with this way, and put little detail like options for the fields that are there. And so if I just let this page run and get rid of the breakpoint, continue, and then go back and show you, Badoop. The little plugin form is just driven from that JSON, and then I can toggle stuff and hit commit, and then like the shelf widget is this thing here, and if I go over here and say turn it off, commit, there's a WebSocket connection between this web page and the backend bot, and so I go back over here and now this widget is gone, and then I can go back over here and say yes, I want the widget, and turn it back on, and I come back here and it puts it back where it was. And the The backend saves the settings so that these things restore. It's a lot. It's a big pain. Well, I mean, it's a pain to maintain when it's broken. If it wasn't, if this, like you see right now, I refresh. I went from one tab and back to this thing. This thing is a jQuery resizable, and it messes up its size. So this panel did not redetect the full dimensions of this thing. But the back end is a custom executable. So, for example, it's basically an executable, which is a custom bespoke web server bot entity thing. And then it has a bunch of libraries that it uses, and then it runs against a runtime, which has a database, an SQLite database for everything, and then it has a htlocal folder, basically a web server folder, where all of the content goes. It's all fed off an index.html, which is this main host page. That does all of the primary parsing of the JSON configuration files and passes the arguments to a form building library that's now out of date. It's my server. It's my own. I made it. It's my own custom HTTPS server / everything server. And then in that application, it has functionality, like it has alert functionality that connects to all of the other plugins to do stream overlays and stuff. So it's all custom. It's not a real server. It's a pretend one that I made. Because I'm a nerdy programmer who likes to make stuff, who likes to code. I kind of do, but then I run into like esoteric things that are domain specific that I'm not really expert at. So like these little refresh problems irk my Urkel. I go here and I go back. No, see, it worked. And then it works sometimes. I don't know. I don't understand. Or maybe it's because I disabled the shelf and hit commit. And then I went back here and it was gone. And then I went back here and then I did this and it was here. And then it appears. And then I went here. And then I selected something else. And then I went back. I don't know. It's not real. It's resizing things are not reliable. You're doing very, very similar things. You're doing something similar as this? That's amazing. I thought I was doing something interesting, but apparently now it's just generic. Oh, and I say now it's being a bitch. See, it didn't do it. And if I look at my output, we're getting the resize. Well, I wanted to print the name of this, but I don't know what name to print. Okay, so there. I have selected a sub-tab, and this scope, local, this plugin wrapper that's the this. What if I continued? I get another one. And if I continued, am I getting a new one every single time because I'm putting breakpoints? I got 3 refreshes. No. Yeah, I got 3 resizes. Did I get 3 resizes? Let's clear this and do that again. I'll go to something boring. News. 1. So this is for the panel wrapper. Moved everything in a console window. Yeah, we do our things. I use this thing though. This is actually a really functional widget thing. I'm just gonna let it run. I'll just show it. Like I have my YouTube player so that I can listen to ad-free music, and then I have a bunch of so that I have a jukebox, so it'll either play YouTube videos or it'll play MP3s on my hard drive. So in my music thing, I have a song database of a whole bunch of songs, and then I make playlists out of them, and then I have my playlists, and then the player widget will just play whatever playlist I have, and then stream them one after another. So that's nice. And then it has chat commands that will do song requests and song lookups in YouTube and everything. So that's fun. So I like that one. And then it controls my Hue lights. So I integrated the Philips Hue Smart Lights API. So I can, and then I also integrated the Microsoft Speech SDK. So I can use voice commands to change the colors of the lights. So I can say, red, please. And if it listened, it does it. It changes the lights. Or I can say, I forget the command. I always forget. Working time. And then it switches that back to the other light color. And, or I can say, make a note. And, oh, it didn't do it. Make a note. There it goes. It pops it up, loads Notepad in my notes thing, or it'll pop up my Visual Studio or my audio, depending on what I want to do. I think there's a little swear counter at the top of the panel. Is it there? I can't see it. Coding. Poopy pants. Yep, there it goes. So if I swear, which I shouldn't do, it puts a little counter at the top of the screen that says how many swears I've sweared. It's there now. I think it's there now, but it's really hard to read. It's at the upper left, kind of above, like right about there. I might need to make the font bigger, maybe. I don't know. Timer. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It's Vietnamese, but I'll just say Key. Hi, Key. Welcome. My swear counter. Swear right there. So if I edit it, it says font size, series orbit. Maybe I make it 50 and put it. Let's try that. Stroke width 2. It's a little bigger. Poopy pants. I know. I was a Twitch affiliate for one day at the very beginning when they first offered it in 2017, and I immediately had a crisis of conscience, and I phoned them back immediately on the same day, and I said, I don't want to be, after doing all the paperwork and everything, I said, I don't want to be an affiliate. And they were like, oh, no one's asked that. You're the first. And then that kind of messed it up, because now that if I ever do reach the target for being affiliate, it doesn't pop up the offers. It's kind of like I've permanently disabled from being an affiliate. But I don't mind because you can't multi-stream. They have, what they have is, well, you can't multi-stream, period, and they have exclusive rights to your content for the first 24 hours. At least that was they used to be the old terms of service. Maybe it's 48 now. What's funny? I would love to know something funny. Oh, it didn't stay on the screen. Maybe it just appears and disappears after a while. I thought it stayed on the screen constantly. Poopy pants. Now it's not showing it. Poopy pants. I don't know. I had an email. Did not stream. I used the email in 23 to activate with an old link. That is pretty funny. Key. AI is getting stronger. What do I think? I think that's fabulous. I think that's great. I think it's the best news ever. I am not a Luddite. I embrace it completely. Yeah, I mean, this is why I made this bot, and I was trying to make a really good streaming assistant that could do all sorts of cool stuff, and it had like currency. It has currencies and greetings and moderation controls and nonsense and polls and raffles. It's got all that horseshit, but um, now it's because I think you should own your information. A streamer should own their own information. They should be able to have a record of their chat. They should know who their users are. They should be able to collect statistics on their viewers and what they're doing, and not have to outsource / pay some third party who's only offering you those statistics or those data services for the price of giving you your entire business. Because if you were streaming legitimately as a business, let's say you wanted to donate me money, Twitch, if you were to buy $20 worth of bits, they give you 15,000 bits. One bit is a penny or some nonsense, or 1,500 bits or 15,000, about 15,000 bits. So your $20 bill, if you gave them all to me, I would only get $15. So they're taking 25% cut of any money being given to a broadcaster. That's a huge take for offering advertisements as a TV station. 25% cut. So if instead or if you were doing subscribers, if you're an affiliate and people are like, I want to support SAS, so you want to sub to the channel, you pay $5 a month, I only get $2.50. So they're taking 50% of the donation. Even more criminal. If instead you wanted to give me money because you love me, then you would use my PayPal account, and they only charge, and I have a business one, they charge 3.9%, 4 cents on a dollar. It's a fee, but that's a reasonable fee. It's a proper financial transaction fee for doing, sending money to somebody for doing what they're doing. If Twitch wanted to charge me to broadcast, which of course would kill their entire model completely. I'm not sure if you're allowed to collect my data if you're in a different country. I can do what I want as a private individual. I can do anything I want. I'm not I'm just sitting here at my home computer. So yes, I can. You're talking to me. I can capture that conversation. In terms of your data, I don't know anything about you other than anything you tell me, and I think I am entitled to that because it's going into my brain, and I'm using my notepad to write that data down. So I think I'm completely legit. And really, as a private citizen, whatever. I do have a PayPal business account but that doesn't mean that I can't collect. That's so that if someone gave me money, I'm legit on the payments. If you're just donating, I'm not I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Are you a lawyer? You want to fight? I think I am irrelevant enough to sit in the woods in camouflage and not matter. If I have a private web server, I got to tell people data collect. Whatever. I've told you. I am collecting your data, collecting your chat, collecting the fact that you visited. But you're not visiting my webpage, so actually, I don't think that's true. You're visiting Twitch, and Twitch is letting me collect information about what is happening on Twitch. So I don't think I have to say anything, really. What do you think about the lurk accounts? They can't get rid of them. I mean, my channel is full of them. Like, look at all these people. Imperfect Demon has been lurking in my channel, whether I'm there or not, since 2016. This Canute person, obviously a bot. Grayley a bot. Valor a bot. Ariana, they're not bots. Ariana is a bot. Hades is a bot. ASMR is a bot. Mercy is a bot. I think Melanie Jam is a bot. Spof is a bot. Lonely Girl's a bot. Emily's a bot. I don't know what Edward Banana is. Probably a bot. Chazilla, I don't know if that's a bot or not. CA Software is actually a person who writes a bot. So I don't think he's watching my stream. I think he has a bot that he's loaded into my channel. And Hilo is a robot, not even a bot. If I post anything that looks like a password, they will try to use it. And then Cav, anybody on YouTube is entirely a bot. I mean, my goodness. See, now I've just gotten distracted happily talking. This is making me happy because I normally just sit here in silence, lonely, all day, 14 hours a day. All day, every day. I go nowhere. Total shut-in. Life sucks. It's very fancy. It's all the fancy. The cost of re-engineering that solution and the risk to their business model is ironically huge. And the amount of arbitrary software that's now tied into that infrastructure, can you imagine? Everybody built their systems for free to integrate into what they made. They could. They arguably should change it, but actually it's not that bad of a system. Really. It's clunky and goofy. It's better than YouTube's, or what was another one? Was a really bad one. Was Smashcast. Was it Smashcast? No. It was some learning system that I tried linking to. Gosh, I forget what it was. Some video streaming service, because I had linked this to all of them. I had Mixer, Smashcast, D-Link or D-Live, YouTube, Periscope, and Twitch. So I had 6 streaming services live, and the bot was linked to all of them. Yay! I'm glad you're here too, Cav. I love you guys. I tried them all. I tried lots of them, and a lot of them are really bad. But one of them was like a training one, and then it moved off to like bespoke lessons, and if you were a broadcaster, it was more of a paid thing, and they wanted everybody. It was almost like an OnlyFans type of thing. 16,000 views. I've never had that. The most I ever had was 120. Some German streamer raided me on Twitch, and I had 100, and I was playing music at the time because I do that as well sometimes. So I had 120 views, and it was like woo, and it lasted 20 minutes or something like that, and then it was gone. So yeah, I have no. The most people I've ever played in front of was 600, and that was amazing. That was like, ugh, God, that was a great memory. Passive views. That's crazy. Um, but the chat system for the whatever system that I can't remember what it was called was awful. It was this. I can't even remember. It was so bad. I think I carved those chunks of my brain out, and I don't miss them. I don't miss them at all. Um, I've lost what I'm doing. What am I doing? I forgot completely what I was doing. Well, and they don't make any sense anymore. Like, who would raid who would raid this garbage? I don't even want it. I don't want the dumb things. I would rewrite the thing to get rid of the resizing issues. I did start looking, but the crux of it, the real crux of it, is that because I have modularized the code so completely with all these plugins, um, the user interface that governs how each one of them works, whether they use a table or they have a form or they have tabs, kind of like little property pages, you kind of get dependent on some of those controls. Hey, you, don't do that. Why would you do this? See, it just turns. Why would it turn? I don't know. Probably not. It's just the little camera in the bottom corner. Put me down. Perfect individual units of UI data. HTML, JavaScript, and CSS bundled. So did I look up like the old way of doing web components? So is webcomponents.org the out-of-date way of doing it? And the Mozilla org web components is the new way of doing it? Did I Google the wrong thing? So is this what I want to look at? Mozilla's web components? As developers, we know that reusing code as much as possible is good. Custom elements. A set of APIs allow you to define custom elements. Shadow DOM. Select APIs for attaching shadow DOM to an element which is rendered separately from the main DOM, controlling associated functionality. This way you can keep an element's features private. They can be scripted and done. HTML templates to let you write markup that's not displayed. Can be reused. Approached. Guides. Elements. Templates. Reference. Examples. We're building up another examples in a repo. More will be added. I need an example. A Google library of... But is this the thing we're looking at? Like this is the specifications of this whole thing? Another language. For example, considering the following document. Head, homework, body, template, script, blah. The P element in the template is not a child of this and that and the other. For web development, let the doc be this, create the document, docs thing, if docs thing. What do I end up with? In this example, the script populates a table 4-column of data and data structure to provide a table of generating structure. So I have to actually make HTML that fills the goal. See, that's ugly as shit. I don't want to do that. I don't think I understand. I did fall in love with Lit is a framework of this. Okay. Okay, let's go look. I'm going to trust you. If I get viruses because of this, I'm going to have to hunt you down. Simple, fast web components. Import stuff from Lit. Import things. Make a greeting. Render HTML. See, I don't understand. Like, I have to do this sometimes. Like, ugh. Like, for example, in my widgets, if I show you my widgets, which are my own dumb thing, on my dashboard, which is just this HTML page that loads up the dashboard, it has widgets, which are just dumb classes. And I gave them a bunch of functions to do the layout. And when they do their setup, they add their little divs and their draggables, and they add their pieces. And then the content comes in through through the size on messages. So this one, the base one, doesn't do anything. But for example, the chat widget, which is huge, which inherits from widget, has its own layout, which adds its little drop-down menus and the tabs for the different chat channels that it represents, and the input button for the input, and the send button. So I have to cook all this crap up in the little widget class. So that's kind of the same, right? Isn't it? Why would I need to actively resize it? Well, because maybe I want to resize it. You know, like, it's a resizable. So if I want to resize it or move it around, this is like a little desktop in a window. I don't know. It's fun. Yeah, it's ends up being HTML-y. Smelly. HT smelly. For Cav, I'm going to play you another song. Just going to noodle. Is the music over soon? It's never over. I wasn't talking. I was just reading. I needed to just absorb some random information. Um. Hilo? Perkele! The music was loud. It's always loud. That's how loud it goes. It goes all the way up to max. That's like as much signal as I can possibly send to Twitch. If I really put no, so I've got compressors on my voice, so it only goes up to minus 10 dB, but music goes loud, just like a movie, man. I just wanted to like, if you're gonna hang out here, I'm just gonna torture you. That's why I ensure that my view count is low. I'm trying to understand something basic. Like I guess it's not basic, but like I don't know what these things are. If I wanted to be querying data from the back end, like my this thing is WebSocketed, so maybe I just need to do a search for WebSocket. WebSocket. There's nothing. So I don't know. Web components. How to WebSocket. A Polymer WebSocket wrapper, a WebSocket client usage, install a component using botpourri. Usage, do this, do that, no example, script, JavaScript, websocket.org, import custom element, HTML. See, this doesn't use the same syntax. That's like, I've never seen these extensions before. .ts? What is that? What's a TS? I see, I'm just jumping all over the place. Not a very good document reader. Don't look up that person's stuff. Polymer? Who's Polymer? I know how WebSockets work. Web components WebSockets? I don't know what that means. Just put a socket IO there and good. This isn't helping me at all. This is like, I don't think this web components is a good word because it's not finding like, how come this isn't showing up? Wait, right? And what did you said? Socket IO? If I look up socket IO, they have no examples. I'm grumpy sometimes. TypeScript? Oh, I don't know TypeScript. I don't waste my time with a lot of web tech anymore. I try to stay in C++ land. I don't know what I'm looking for. This doesn't make any sense. What is lit? I think we were there already. What can you build? You can build anything. Well, love that. What's it like? Oh, it just straightens your shoulders and lifts your chin. If you've done any modern component-based web development, I have not. If you haven't, we think you'll find it's very approachable. Each component is a self-contained unit of UI assembled from blocks, standard HTML elements, and web components. Each component is a building block that can be used within a document. Framework. Here's a small but non-trivial component, a countdown timer that illustrates what it looks like. Body my timer. See, this is just alien. If I end up with code that has these alien elements, then it's not index.html. It's arbitrary whatever the hell. Is that what a component is? Is that it's a new, we're creating new element types? To me, that's crazy. I don't know. My bot is in C++. It's like 200,000 lines of C++. Maybe not all C++. Maybe like 185,000. I just wanted the UI to be a web UI. And I wanted it to be lightweight because I imagined it would be. But web technology has gotten so awful that it's as demanding as a proper application, which just kind of defeats. They seems like a failure. Failure to me. A little bit of a flub. Wow. So you're like, you know what you're talking about. I'm actually, I asked earlier when there was nobody here, if I only had a web expert and then you show up and you waited to drop that, well, I believe you. I don't think I understand how I would make the switch with my grumpy old brain to something. Because there's a lot of functionality in this. This is not, I don't think this is shitty. This is like, I'd say I did a pretty good job of making a reasonably advanced, if not clunky looking UI. But I think it's pretty, even if it's got its gimpy, this kind of horse shit, I know how to fix it. I just refresh the tabs and then it fixes itself. Some of them it doesn't. I go to here. Some of them I'll go away. There's a good example. Okay, so I refresh to this tab, and all of these buttons are kind of on top of each other. So add, edit, delete, refresh. So these things got smushed because they don't know, and this is supposed to be in the center. So these things aren't smart enough to handle the refreshing of this whole thing. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm not like in love with it for at all. The only problem is there's that investment of the implementational investment. Um, balls. Balls, balls, balls. At this point, it's talking about a game. The whole point of re-standing up my bot was so I could stream to Twitch and YouTube and do my building a Roblox game from scratch. One of my kids has come up with a design and they don't know how to program, so they said parental unit program for us, and they can make the art and the design, and I'm the programmer, so. But I don't really know Lua, and then I think as was mentioned earlier, scroll back here. I mean, I've been a game developer for 30 years, so I'm not out of my element. But I'm a systems engineer. I work on the big teams and I do the back end low level stuff. Where was the comment about Lua? Oh, no, that's this lit stuff. I've lost it. I don't know where it is. Maybe I refreshed the page. Damn it. I gotta go look. I gotta look at the log. Because I refreshed, it only tails the. That would be cool. That would be useful. You're right. What I'll do is I will do the lazy person's approach. Is I will go to the runtime bit logs chat log, and I will look for Lua and go backwards. And Give said, classes in Lua are pretty much a hack. Lua by nature is not object-oriented, but the clever way people make it kind of work is to make a meta table of functions that act like a class. And then he had to go. I only just kind of started. I'm just kind of learning how it works, how Lua works, and what the best practice is for making Roblox games. Yeah, it looks very much like a crappy version of JavaScript, and JavaScript is a crappy version of text on a computer screen. So I'm a C++ snob. I like C++. But at the same time, I'm not a snob. That you use what you need to use to get the job done. And then the job is done, in theory. Gloop. So, what else can I do? I want to do something. Maybe I can make my little command deck work so that these are buttons that actually... You wrote a game in PHP, JavaScript, and HTML. That's amazing. Yeah, I made a game years ago. I wrote my own game engine for Windows and Mac. Kind of went bankrupt. It's expensive being your own developer or your own distributor, producer, publisher, etc. Inventing new things. Okay, distracted. What could I do? What can I do? Because I'm kind of lost. I'm intrigued by your knowledge. You have enticed me, Chazilla. You have enticed me. I don't see the patterns yet. They're all alien. You enticed me. You made me curious about ways of doing things. That maybe there's new outlets. See, here's the other thing, and I think you will understand this, is that the creating of technology, if you're a technologist, a mechanic of computer tech, new cars keep showing up in your service lot, and you either understand something of what's going on and how to approach it, or you are fixing horse and buggies. You're reshoeing horses and putting wooden wagon wheels on wagons, and nobody's coming to your door. So there is a vicious requirement. It's vicious to be aware, and so this ridiculous application was kind of a sideline way of staying up to date with weird tech, and particularly the web and streaming. I mean, I wanted to know how all that tech worked, so I've learned that. That was fun. Web components. Really? Web component. November 23. How to use OAuth 2. You mean they're hidden? They're not things that they surface to humans? Perhaps. The only thing I'm sad about is that it's this word. Those are such generic words. And hallelujah for that. Um, how do you how do you how do you find, like they've just introduced this new technology called the like Google the. Let's go find some stuff about the. Okay, 553. I can't even spell the. That's how bad I am. There. 25 billion results. Why don't we make a the protocol? What about the? If you actually go the, is it smart enough to know you're talking about the band instantly? Yes, it is. Epic. Epic. They own it. They're like all over the first page results. What an accomplishment, eh? The. You don't even get the New Yorker. It's like the all the way down to here. Then it starts to be like the whatever, the whatever, the whatever. Good on them. But that's, of course, that's from the 70s and 80s. So you can't, 79 to present, yep. Amber Alert. That's great. Are we really expected to engage with these things? Are we supposed to do something? I'm at home. Like, how many percentage of the entire population is? I mean, it's important. Save a life. I approve. No, it's the cell phone Amber Alert network thing. So somebody was bad. They send out the notification to every single person with a cell phone, which is now everybody. I know somebody did something bad, stole a kid, kidnapped them, or ate a cheeseburger in a non-dairy establishment. I don't know. And they send out the alert, and then everybody is now to be on the lookout for the description of the person doing bad things. And I'm not in California. I'm in Canada. And no, it does not happen very often. The only thing that's ever happened is it's a test. They test it. So I think that's like maybe first or second I've had in 5-10 years. So I don't know how important it is to have such an invasive alert system to the general public over events that happen constantly. So what's the circumstance that governs that somebody is going to be elevated to Amber Alert status to the point where they're going to beep everybody's cell phone? I'm mystified. I don't know. I am left scratching my noggin. Cav, do you want me to play another song while I scratch my noggin some more? It'll be loud. It'll be loud, super loud music coming. No, it's not. Well, it's just guitar. It's just noodling. So, Cav, if you're still here, I'll play it if you're here. Just for you. My whole station, my whole channel. You're listening to CWOTC What? I'm your host, Sass. Thank you for checking in. We're going to play another song by Sassafras. Because why not? Yeah, Joshua. Let me find his Instagram. Beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. I don't use Instagram. He posts to it a lot. He's in North Carolina. What an amazing fluke. It was, again, another one of those happy days where I asked for something and an hour later I found it. I'm like, what? What do you mean I'm too silent? No, I'm in the right amount of volume. See? Look at this. Look at this. This is right there. See? I am at minus. Well, on the mixer here, I'm at 0. So this is good. If it's coming through a little bit quieter, minus 20 dB on Twitch or through that, I don't know why. I can boost it a little bit more, but I've already kind of boosted it a lot. I'm at plus 25. I can put it up to 30, and now it's even more present. Is that better? Does that warm the cockles of your heart? I mean, the compressor is kind of limiting it out the door anyway, so I put it at 25 because on Discord, when I'm playing GTA with my friends, they've already said, yeah, that's enough. We hear you. Shut up. So, because the microphone gain on the audio interface is very low, as this should be the case. You don't want to be boosting line noise. But that's, I don't know, that's ample. And then I turned off the noise gate so I can kind of talk away from the microphone, but it's a cardioid mic, so it what crazy effects do I put on my voice? You turn your stream down for the music. No, I just turn off the mic for my music. What crazy effects do I put on my voice? Okay, wait a minute. I gotta read what Giv said. I'm out of the loop. Suddenly busy. I'm trying to go to lunch. How's the bot? Working on learning Lua. Are we just chilling? We're kind of chilling. We're kind of chilling. You had to lower your volume when the mic came. Yeah, you know, what am I going to do? The music is set to be loud. That's for sure. I'm not gonna lie there. I think this volume is typical of other stream volumes. Maybe the music really is over loud, and I could tweak that. But as far as the meter is concerned, it's right. I don't know. No, I'm not supposed to. I mean, I am supposed to be learning Lua, but I don't want to quite yet. I don't want to do that on stream. I wanted to fix my bot to make it nicer so that when I am doing the Lua stuff, that's what I'm doing. But because I wanted to tinker with this, and then you showed up because I kind of hoped for somebody like you to show up and to introduce me to some possible new pathway to update the tech that runs the back end of this, and then I would know that tech and I would be continuing to learn things that are good to know. Despite the amount of content that drives this user interface. But yeah, I'm just screwing around. I ended up learning about web components, which I did never heard of. They're just generic words. It's like can of food. Have food in the can. But I also came online not to really do anything. I just wanted to visit, and I got to. I have people to talk to. It's so nice. Thank you for visiting me. And Jazilla, thank you. My gosh, I learned stuff. I've learned about things. You learned to live play with Lua. Well, so I mean that's a thing. I don't know. Is there, because it's not real Lua. It's because we could do a search. I mean, here we can do a real web search that has actual value. Is we could look up Roblox Lua best practices, and then we will literally have learned. Oh, God damn it! Roblox Lua best practices. Style guide. Okay. This is useful. Home. Why would home put me in the middle of this thing? Style guide aims to unify as much Lua code in Roblox as possible in the same style and conventions. So this is important. The guide is designed under GBus C++ style guide is significantly different. So this is actually, I'm going to read this. This is what we're going to read because this is going to be important. I'm going to have to know this. And on Monday, the first day one making a Roblox game, which was making nothing, was just reading code, was I read all of the data types of the Roblox Lua version, just to get familiar with what is actually possible. So how big is this document? Not that big. So let's go. Let's do it. What time is it? It's 12:39. This should only take 40 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Let's give it 30 minutes. But I wanted to answer your question. Chazilla. What crazy effects do I put on my voice? Which monitor am I looking at? This one. Nothing really. I mean, I have this effect, my effector, which I'm having. I mean, it's not enabled. I can be in a really big game. Stereo separator. Lo-fi. Distorted. Flanger. Hello. Delay. Walks. Wow. I don't know. Just put some reverb. Some basic reverb. There. Now I'm not dead in an audio studio. I'm in a little room. Or am I? So, yeah, I just leave it disabled. I don't do anything. Typically, just goof around. The microphone, this one is a EV308. It was a stage mic that I used for miking drums back in the day. No, I don't get the music cranked up here, had to lower the volume when the music came on. Yeah, maybe, what I'll do, here's the thing. So if this is a good volume, do you guys feel that this is a good volume comparative? Let's learn Lua. That's the plan. So let's go over here. But let's just talk about the audio thing. I think I have good audio on my channel. I think that. Okay? As far as what I think my outbound audio signal is, I think it's good. Is this quieter than other streams? Is it louder? This is as loud as it gets, voice-wise. But the music, maybe the music is literally too loud. Or maybe my audio signal isn't strong enough. I would say it's at the same level. Okay, so if this is at the same level, and then I'm going to play another song, and then I'm going to start reading. Well, we're going to read this Lua shit together. But I'll play one more song. No, I don't want to. Should I play another song? I don't want to play another song right now. I just want to know what the levels are like. So audio is always on point. The voice is in line with most. I had to drop the volume from 16 to 12. Okay, you know what? I'll do that for you. I will lower the audio by 6 dB. And then I'm just going to play the same song that I just played. No, I'm not. I'm going to play a different song. Playlist. I'll play my favorite. Well, man, this is the best one. I kind of want it to be loud. Okay. You're listening to CWOT. See what? I am your host, Sassafras, still playing more stupid songs and doing my stupid little radio voice thing. This song is Lost by Sassafras. Okay, so they're almost the same. They're basically like this is coming in at roughly 20 with a average of -30. So the music is a little bit louder, but in terms of like peak signal, it's just about the same. I can't turn the voice signal up any louder. I am who I am, and I have been working very diligently to stop hating myself, but that's not yet occurred. So instead, I just try to pretend how much love I should have, and I throw it at other people, and then they say thank you, and then I kind of try to embrace that, and yeah, it's horrible. I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. Let's go on. Move on to learning things that we want to learn. Roblox Lua. What I am I don't even know how I should architect this thing. In terms of like rough doodles, if I were to make a new document here, I know that I have a terrain, right? So there's going to be probably tiled chunks that you move around in, and so there's going to have to be a terrain. So there's going to be tiled chunks. There's going to have to be it's going to have to be, I don't know, generator. And don't worry about the pronouns. Yes, it's she, her. That's for real. I am fully female. I just look what I look like, and I sound like what I sound like. So I cope with that as best as I can. But I am not he or him. So I will correct if that comes up. And if somebody wants to fight me over it, then I'll fight them in a nice way as best I can. I'll challenge them for their ridiculous, misogynistic, traditionalist, close-minded hatred. But I know I'm no champion. Terrain. So there's the terrainy thing that's got to do things, and then there's the mobs, right? So there's, and I don't know if there's the terrain, the mobs. I kind of populate this under the simulator, right? Simulator has these components, and so the mobs have, and then there's like points of interest, and then there's the mobs which have their behaviors and and then separately is render, which has whatever, the terrain itself, terrain models, mob models. Then there's the player models. The simulator also has so then there's the player and their whatever abilities, their character record, character sheet, their inventory. Players have a car or their vehicle, which is like the main part of the thing, and then the vehicle has its inventory. It's made up of blocks. It's I don't know what to call it. It's construction manifest. What it's made out of the blocks that it has capability. There's audio. Needs to be stitched into this. There's mobs. Okay, so there's sentries. Well, there's behaviors, period, but then there's like types of mobs. There's sentries, types, call that types. There's sentries, and there's bosses, and we have 3 types of bosses. There is the snake, the angel, and I always forget the third thing, and the hidden 4th thing. Thing. And then there's the terrain, but then there's the blocks, and that's kind of like the big system. There's blocks, and we have structural blocks, power blocks, mobility blocks, special blocks, kind of power-ups and stuff, weapon blocks. So those are the pieces that we need to represent here. Then on top of this render, I mean audio, obviously just stuff. There is the UI. I'll call that front end. So there is loading, main, I don't know, main menu, character select, car select, because in terms of player, the character sheet, there is five. There's null, nil, NA, zilch. I think there was another character type. I forget what it was. Maybe void. No. Null, nil, NA. Feel like I'm missing one. Don't hate yourself. Those who hate are suffering. Oh, geez, Cav. I'm sorry, I'm catching up on the chat. Yeah, engineering. You know, I'm a builder. That's all. I like to build stuff. That's the whole. That's where who we are in our shells is very happily independent of how we interact and bounce around on this jolly orb floating in the void. It's a whole lot of monkeys in the cage with with the ladder and the banana behavior going on. If you don't know that, is that a real? Let's look that up. Let's go look that up. This is an important thing. Experiment with monkeys, cage, ladder, banana, electroshock. There we go. Have you ever heard the story about the 5 monkeys experiment? Placed in his cage with a ladder with banana. You know, that's in 2020. I've been telling this story forever. Maybe they heard it from me, from watching my stream. Yeah, that's the other thing, Give. When as time goes on, you get old enough, you just don't care anymore. It's like, I'm fabulous, whatever. Of course, I've redefined the word fabulous. Fabulous does not mean good or bad. It just means fabulous. It has no specific statement about value or about. It's not qualitative. It's quantitative. Let's read the monkey's experiment because this is great. In the middle of the cage was a ladder with a banana on top. Every monkey tried to climb the ladder and they sprayed them with icy water. No, I heard that they electrocuted all the other monkeys, and the monkey that got to the top got the thing. So they all thought they could get to the ladder. Eventually, each time a monkey climbed the other ones pulled them off and beat them up so they could avoid the spray. And I had read that it was electroshock. So now they didn't go up the ladder. And then they slowly substituted the monkeys with new monkeys that would try to climb, and they would just get beaten without ever actually having climbed the ladder to get a banana, and they didn't know why. And eventually they were all replaced until none of the original group remained, and they all followed the rule. Well, that's what traditionalist, conservative heritage type mentalities govern the world by. It's the way it's always been done. Oh. You sound like a monkey, afraid to go up the ladder because somebody beat you. Yeah, that's a good. That's I'm pretty fabulous. Sure. I do tack on to fabulosity of being a little more flamboyant, perhaps. Not just it's not bland. Fabulousness is not a bland well already. Sure, it's a decorated, extravagant well already. Sure, whatever. But style guide. Avoid magic. Yes, that's life's lesson. Files can concern of things. A block comment. Services used by the file using get services. Module imports using require. Module level constants. Variables and functions. Object the module returns a return statement. Requires. All requires must be at the top of the file. Making dependencies static. Requires should be sorted alphabetically. Requires structure. In order to maintain readability, require statements can be grouped into blocks. Blocks should mimic the project's internal structure and consist of these things. A definition of an ancestor, a block of imported. Definitions may be broken down recursively. A block for modules imported. You found my keys? Fabulous. It is fabulous. It's kind of a different context, but it's also fabulous that the keys are found. I kind of think of myself as having found myself. That's fabulous. And in the manner in which I exist, that's fabulous because I'm a found pile of keys to a long lost lock, but I'm still a pile of keys. So I'm gonna defend my ridiculous definition. If blocks of requires are used, blocks should be sorted alphabetically first by the name of the subfolder with the group pick. Okay, fine. Required libraries. Libraries are projects are defined by an API for external consumers to use, typically by providing a top-level table which requires other modules. Libraries will typically provide a structured public API composed of internal modules. Allows libraries to have stable interfaces, blah, blah, blah. Libraries installs local my library script parent module require library module. Should require the public and private modules directly. Consumers of libraries should require the API definition and path to a public module. So get the replicated service, require the replicated service of my library, local my module, what's that? I guess so. This to me is like using SDL, using namespace kind of nonsense. I kind of would rather just go my library.mymodule.function or variable, enum or whatever the hell, because then the code has a scoped path to what it is. Otherwise, you have to go like, what's my module? And you have to go look there. So this is like cooking your own dumb version. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. That's taking it too far, I think. We're really beating fabulousness to death. For a project that looks like the following. Blue, 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 blue. My class should define the following import blocks. Okay, enough of that. Metatables are incredibly powerful. It can be used to overload operators, implement prototypical inheritance, and tinker with limited object lifecycle. We use metatables to custom cases, implementing prototype-based classes, guarding against typos. The most popular pattern for Luau is the one true pattern. Defines class members, instant members, and meta methods in the same table and highlights Luau's strengths. First, we create a regular empty table. Curly braces. Next, we assign the index member on the class back to itself. This is a handy trick that lets us use the class's table as the meta table for instances as well. My class index equals my class. When we construct an instance, we tell Luau to use our index value to find values that are missing in our instances, sort of like prototype in Java, if you're familiar. Kind of wasn't at that moment in time, and I feel like I moved past it and I don't really know what it means. But I get it. So we're getting a this pointer. Badoomp. In most cases, we create a default constructor of our class. By convention, we usually call it new. Methods that don't operate on instances for our class are usually defined using a dot instead of a colon. Methods that don't operate on instances of our class are with a dot. So that's like a static function or whatever. So function my class new local self. Define members of the instance here, even if they're nil. Members of the instance. So this is where you cook all of the instance variables, even if they're nil. Got it. And tell Lua to fall back on looking for index for missing fields. Set the meta table self my class. Okay, so this is like a really important pattern that you have to do for every constructible instance class. So I will have to come up with a list of classes that I will want to create and follow this pattern. It seems pretty hacky. It's the one true pattern. Come on. If you're going to name anything cool, that's a good name. What's it called? The one true pattern. Methods don't. Okay, we did that part. We can also define methods that operate on instances. These are methods that expect their first argument to be an instance. By convention, we divide them with colons. So this would be function my class bark self. Now, how does that? This is a convention, or is this actually some magic that's happening? Because there's a colon, it somehow passes the instance to the function? Is that a special behavior? In which case, it's not a convention, but a feature of the language. Nonetheless, that's a member function. So in terms of hackiness, that seems pretty hacky. At this point, our class is ready to use. We construct instances and start tinkering with it. Local instance, my class new. And now I got an instance. Properties on the instance are visible since it's just a table. Instance phrase. So we can, and then I did read, there's a YouTube variable or video that suggested that if you want to have variables, here, you know what, I got Roblox running here somewhere. Let's fire it up here. Gadoop. And I will close this place, saving it. Okay. Let's go to a new place. Let's make a new place. Ooh. I want it to be empty. Huh. Look at all of these pre-built places. Let's do this one. Perfect. What's our workspace made out of? No terrain. A texture. Can I disable this or turn it off? Hide its visibility? Attributes? There's no attributes, no data. Texture, colors. Let's make it pink. Oh, maybe that's a visibility grid. View. Show grid. Grid material. Not really sure what this thing is. And it's not there. Some kind of utility to map out your whatever. That's the spawn location. What is this? Oh, that's the base plate. Ah. It's this infinite thing. Okay. So, blurp. I guess I could just delete it or I could leave it. You're going to leave now? Thank you, Chazilla. I hope to see you again, maybe. Singletons for classes you create and instances from the parent singleton. That's why you have static calls mixed with the rest. Yep. Thanks for visiting, and I appreciate your experience and knowledge. I will review it. I promise. Have a wonderful Saturday. I wasn't going to get, well, so I'm not actually developing VD2. This is still learning. But I guess what we would be doing, looking at this setup, the workspace is going to contain the scripts. Although there's places for scripts, there's starter scripts and starter. I'm not a fan of component architecture in terms of the hiding of functionality. It aggravates me. So I would probably just be creating things here. And I would create a folder. And I would rename the folder source. And in the source folder, I would add probably a script. Probably a shirt. Maybe I would search for it. Script. A local script. So there's kind of different kind of scripts. Local scripts, module scripts. Not really sure. I guess a script runs on both ends. I'll have to learn about this. So now we've got our content. If we run, we play. We get the hello world from the server script. Okay, so that's a server script. Just runs automatically. Let's rename this. Let's rename this to be what should we rename this to be? I don't know. This is going to be a test. The test script. So we go here and we learned our thing. What did we learn already? We learned that we had to do this. This is our pattern. We need one of those. And we're going to call this the, I don't know. I immediately want to make up a little dumb naming convention. But let's just call it test. Local test. And we need to bind test dot underscore underscore index to be equal to test. And that makes it, gives it a self-reference. And then we need to make our new function, which we steal heartlessly. Oh, it's dot. Yep, that's we're good. And then this test new, we give it some properties with a comma, a trailing comma. That's nasty. Set metadata. So tell Lua to fall back to looking in class index for missing fields. Don't quite understand that semantic. So we give our test phrases or members. Now these members are member variables. Integer. I don't know. Health equals 0. Duplicate. Oh, I have no commands to do all my fancy coding stuff. Copy, paste. Health. Well, and then there's like the thing. There's the name. Let's pretend. Name. What is, or unnamed. Unnamed. Now, what if you want the member variable to be a class? Can you use the word class? Player class. How about that? Player class is nil. comma, and test name is that, and test health is that. And then we would make a special thing which would have player classes, and you just assign, you pick a player class, and that gives you properties. And then based on the player class, if you have player class, you do things. Seems reasonable. So this is like a player instance, maybe? Well, I mean, like I would want to be able to assign that, right? Like, so in a selector, you would select which, if this was the player. I mean, I've called it test, but let's call this player. Let's rename this. Rename it to player. Immediately going to change this. Player. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. And then we'd have a class, and we have the different roles like fighter, cleric, thief, magic user, whatever. You can just get an attack. You assign that, and then the behaviors would somehow inherit or call through. You'd probably have to do write calls throughs. So you can now, if we wanted this to be private, the suggestion that I saw was you put an underscore in front of it, so that if you have code that is ever accessing a variable that is private, you you know, like let's say maybe there's like healing rate, or what is it called? Oh, I'm going to call it healing rate. I don't care, right? So if healing rate is 1 per second, whatever, that you might not ever want to be able to access that. It's something that's built into the class, so you use an underscore. So that was something else I read somewhere. Let's continue. Enough of my nonsense. This functionally identifiable to calling my phrase is, or I'm going to use this as a little house of common usefulness. Okay. I don't know. To string. I don't know. Yeah, to string. And then we'll just say self-name. My name is banana. Okay. And then what was the other thing we learned? We also learned that the new is a dot. That's an instance. This pointer class is ready to use. We can construct instances and start tinkering with it. We can make a different script, which would be the game loop simulator. You select a player, you instance a new player. Properties on the instance are visible, so we could just print the instance phrase or name. Methods are pulled from the my class because of our meta table, instance bark. We can also invoke methods with a dot explicitly passing instance. My class dot bark passing an instance. Well, that's insanity. We will never do that. This is a thing we will not do. That's stinky. Unless it's better, unless you have like an array of instances. But why wouldn't you just have an array of instances and call them this? Unless you can't, unless you basically have an array of instances and it's more fundamentally, it's easier to set up the functions that you'll call on those instances in this backwards semantic. Creepy. Further additions you can make to your class as needed. Introduce a toString to make debugging instance easier. Quasi-private members using 2 underscores. Oh, okay, I was wrong. Shit on me. I thought it was 1. It's 2. add a method to check type given an instance, like function is my class. Return get metatable instance equals equals. So why do you want to do that? If is type player, then sure, I guess if you can just store these things in arbitrary tables, then you could query, if it's a player, do this. If it's an NPC, do that. If it's this. It's not very good programming practice. It's better to have a list of a particular data type than it is to merge them in if on any property. If is visible, that's a very bad pattern. Don't do that. Guarding against typos. Indexing into a table gives you nil if the key isn't present, which can cause errors. Local my enum. A equals A, B equals B, C equals C. Set metatable my enum. Indexing into a table if the key isn't present. Our other major use case for metatables is to prevent certain forms of this problem. For types that act like enums, we carefully apply an index method that throws. And then we have this thing. Underscore underscore index, function self key, error, string format. Key is not a valid member of enum. Only called when a key is missing. Got it. A and B will still give you back the selected values, but frob will throw. Got it. That seems useful. Kind of reasonable. Don't use semicolons. They're only useful as to separate multiple statements on a single line, but you shouldn't do that. I kind of agree. White space. Indent with tabs. Keep lines under 100 columns. Wrap comments to 80. Don't leave white space at the end of lines. If your editor has auto trimming, add a new line at the end of the file. Awesome. No the real hacky part, trying to make Lua object. The if-else tree is essentially acting as the object lookup. Oh. Okay. No vertical alignment. Yeah, no. Good, bad. Yeah, we don't do that. I mean, we sometimes do that, but don't do it. Okay. It gets messed up. Okay. Use a single empty line to express groups when useful. Do not start blocks with a blank line. Excessive empty space harms readability. Use one statement per line. Put function bodies on new lines. Sort, sum, return. Function. Put function bodies on new lines. Tabbed in. Yep, I agree. Empty true for functions that return multiple values. Compare these two. Roblox store new function state, return state, end mock nil. Ooh, that's awful. What the hell? I don't even know what that does. Is end the statement that ends a function definition? It is, isn't it? I just looked at that and I didn't recognize it. I didn't react. Function end. Got it. Compare these two statements. Yeah, those are awful. Much easier to spot the mistake. Yep. If thing then return end. I agree. 100,000% with that. Good. 5 plus 5 times 6 divided by 2. Put a space before and after operators, except when clarifying precedence. Yes, I agree with that. Put a space after each comma. I agree. When creating blocks, inline any opening syntax elements. Local foo. If foo then bad. Okay, so they want the curly brace to start on the defining line. It's kind of JavaScripty, but we will allow it. We will allow it. Moving on. Avoid put curly braces for tables on their own new line. It may be easier to write a program that translates something like JavaScript to Luau. Possibly. Possibly. Avoid putting curly braces on tables on their own. Doing so harms readability since it forces the reader to move to another line in an awkward spot. Local foo, bing, bar, bing, baz. Frob thing, bad. Oh, with this empty space there, that's insanity. But yeah, okay, so stack, it's a little bit of vertical compression. In order to call functions with inline tables, the function sometimes it's more clear to put braces functions on new lines. Sometimes it is. Okay, be flexible. I agree. That's easier to read than this. New lines and long expressions. Break up the expression so that no one part is long enough to need for new lines. Yes. Breaking up tables and arrays more than 2, 3 keys. Prefer adding the extra trailing comma to the elements within a multi-things. This makes it easier to add new items. So the trailing comma is not an error. That kind of cooks my goose, but I will accept it. We'll consider arrays semicolon or their terminator to be a comma. Break dictionaries into multiple lines. Yep. Break list-like tables into multiple lines however it makes sense. There's a list. You can break it into that. You can also break it into that, grouping them if that was useful. Yeah. For long lists, nested tables. Table, key value, key value, key value. Okay, so it's a table of pairs. This makes it clean as diff. Yep. In some situations where we only expect table literals, the following is acceptable, though there is a chance automated tooling could change this later. In particular, this comes up a lot in ROACT code. Do something, being a ROACT, do something. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be very easy. Where we only expect table literals, the following is acceptable. Yeah, isn't that funny? Trailing commas. Hey, but if it's reliable, if it kind of flies, it just works, quote unquote, TM. However, this case is less acceptable if there are non-table added to the mix. Yeah, I agree. I have to agree. Continuing, for long expressions, try to add new lines between logical subunits. Oh, if this and that and that. I do that because that, yes. Particularly, especially when there's like grouped, if not this or this and that. Don't put extra parentheses around the whole expression. This is necessary in Python, but Lua doesn't need anything special to indicate multi-line expressions. For long conditions, okay. Special cases, got it. Otherwise, if condition, then on one line. If, then, else over the X and Y or Z pattern. Oh, you're using a... Oh, you can do... That's interesting. If some flag then one, else two. Bad. Some flag and one or two. So you can't use... whatever they're called, trinaries, which is kind of ugly anyways. So use an if. That's fine. I can do that. Don't get carried away trying to fix everything into one statement. For multiple ifs, put then and else at the start. If this or that, then new lines, indented for multiple line ifs. Bad. If then. Yikes. This is if assignment. Well, this is just weird. I don't know the if then else expressions. That's new. That's a new form of weird to me. Oh, Canute, come on. In C, if you have like Boolean is awesome equals name equals Canute, then true, otherwise false, right? So that's a little ugly. You could put brackets around the name equals Canute. So we're doing an essentially, that's a trinary operator. And so this, if this if then else thing is basically that. Do an assignment, do your condition, assignment A, assignment B. But then they have assignments with else. So this is new. If this or that, then this, otherwise that. So they suggest to use else or else. And that's what they're saying, if then else. Let's avoid that, I think, is really the lesson. If the if won't write on 3 lines, convert it. I mean, legibility of that is awful. It's awful. It's like poopy pants. Just say no. An exception to the above is if the if is in the middle of a much larger expression. So thing makes something, one child, if some flag, then make that, otherwise make that equal to 2 child make something. Yeah, it's still ugly. It would stretch out a little bit, but I can read that. Although this, yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. It's going to be a new eyeball bender. If the indentation is too long, use helper variables. Yep. Well, if support if else, oh, they do. It should be used sparingly. If your set of conditions is complicated enough to you need several if else's, then it may be difficult to read as a single expression when using an if that includes an if else clauses. When using an if expression that includes if else if clauses is preferred, put the else if condition then on a new line just like then and else. If this, then this, else if this, then. See, I would, this part, I would put, I don't know, putting code on the then is weird to me. I would put the code after the then so that the then is all by itself. Case statements. Okay, well, we'll see. I don't know if that exists. Do they exist? We're already down to here. Blocks. We're most of the way through this. Don't use parentheses around conditions in if, while, repeat. They aren't necessary. If condition, then end. While condition, do. Use do blocks if limiting the scope. Get ID, do. Get ID function, end. Oh, and then return if we get to our last ID. Oh no, that just returns the ID, which sets the ID. Use do blocks if limiting the scope of a variable is useful. Oh no, really? So that's how you create a local variable, is doing a do block. So that's a curly, that's like doing a stand in place curly brace. A couple very interesting build your own case statement solutions. I mean, that meta table has the index operator, which fails to find things, which kind of acts like a default. So you could put your cases as functions in a meta table. Maybe that's the whole magic of this thing, is you become a meta table guru, is my first instinct about how one might operate that. Use double quotes when declaring strings. Yes. Empty strings are easier to identify with double quotes. Single quotes are acceptable if the string contains double quotes. Okay, god damn it. Can you escape? You can't escape them, so... the string contains both single and double quotes. Prefer double quotes on the outside. Use your judgment. Oh my god, I did figure that out. Oh no. Avoid tables with both list-like and dictionary-like behavior keys. Iterating over these mixed tables is troublesome. Iterate over list-like tables with I pairs and dictionary-like tables with pairs. This helps clarify what kind of table we're expecting. Add trailing commas in multi-line tables. This lets us resort lines with a single key press and makes diffs cleaner when adding new lines. Again with the commas. Not sure what this iteration comment looks like. I need an example of table iteration. Keep the number of arguments for a given function to 1 or 2. I think that's going to be promisingly kept true. I am not a fan of many parameters to functions generally, although on occasion I have been known to pass many arguments to a function. It has happened. Why u equals things? Yes, pass them as arrays. Always use parentheses. Luau allows you to skip them in many cases, but the results are typically much harder to parse. Okay. Using the curly braces as if they were a function call is common in other code bases. While it's more readable than other ways of using this feature for consistency, we don't do it. Then I won't either. I don't want to anyways. That's kind of that modern C++y way of just declaring things with curly braces and no functions and anything. It starts to get struct pointers, baby. We are both sitting on the same chair. Good. Function AB. Return AB. Bad. Oh, local function. Declare named functions using a function prefix syntax. Non-member functions should always be local. Yeah, okay, that stands. Otherwise, you accidentally make things global. Local add function AB returns this global version. Significant. An exception can be made. Where am I? I'm at this functions part. I gotta quickly take a bio break, really short one. This is for Canute and Cav and Give, and because I love you. I'll sing a love song. I'll put on a love song. You're listening to CWOTC Watt. Again, I'm your host, Sassafras. Thank you for tuning in. You're gonna now listen to a song called A Love Song by Sassafras. You deserve a love song so divine, one to link your heart to mine. Let the notes ring true, let them speak to you, tell you what you mean to me. It should lift you up when the world tries to bring you down. Draw out the sun after the rain. It should keep you warm when outside feels so cold. Remind you of my embrace. I love you, love you, love you. I surely do. You are always on my mind. It is you I aim to please, so I get down on my knees. Please take my promise to be yours. It should lift you up when the world tries to bring you down. Draw out the sun after the rain. It should keep you warm when outside feels so cold. Remind you of my embrace. I love you, love you, love you. I surely do. You are always on my mind. All right. So that was a long break. I made myself had pizza last night with my boys, and so had to carve it up. But now my kitty wants pizza. Hopefully she doesn't. No, you can't have any pizza. I will try to minimize the chewing into the microphone. My apologies. It's kind of a late lunch. It's 1:47. My goodness. What am I doing? I'm actually learning a lot here. I feel like I have enough information to formulate actual thoughts and plans. How far we get? Exception. An exception can be made for late initializing functions and conditionals. Local do something. If condition, then function do something. Version of do something with a condition enabled. Otherwise, function do something. What? What is this? Declare named functions using function prefix syntax. Non-member function should always be local. Local function, global function. An exception can be made for late initializing functions in conditionals. Local do something, then function do something. Weird. That's weird. When declaring a function inside a table, use function prefix syntax. Differentiate between dot and colon to denote the calling functions. Frobulator new. This function should be called frobulator frob. Frobulator garb. Frobulator jarp equals function. I don't know what the hell. They're stupid examples. When people are just so cool that they make things confusing like that, they're at the next step. Use single line comments for inline notes. I only ever use one kind of comment style. I never use multi-line comments, so there's only one kind. If the comment spans multiple lines, use multiple single line comments. Use block comments for documenting items. Weird. It takes 2 angle brackets? That's so excessively weird. I don't want to do that. Local function descriptor. I like dash dash gubba gubba. Okay. Comments should focus on why the code was written instead of what it's doing. Always. Without this, we would fill up with water. Check if the water level is too high. Yes, we love code comments that look like that. Crazy. No section comments. Comments that only exist to break up large file are smell. If you probably need to find some way to make your file smaller instead of working around that problem with section comments, comments that only exist to demark already obvious groupings, dash dash dash. Overly stylized can make it harder to read. Kind of hit and miss on that. I like it sometimes because usually comments are colored differently. So you actually end up with a coloring marker. You know, maybe if you could color, there was like meta code formatting where you could highlight a block, that's your this line, and then make that blue and yellow or gray blue or gray white or black. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Do I even know what I mean? Continuing. If you can't break up the file and you need section headers, continue these alternatives. All of that, read that. Okay. Same can be done for things. Spell out words firmly. Yep. Use Pascal case for everything. Use camels for local variables, member variables, and functions. Really? Class and enum objects are capital. Okay. For acronyms within names, so my example thingy, this is wrong. This should be lowercase n for members. Player, health, healing rate. And it would be, I think they had an example, underscore to string was their notion. Save. Stop. Yes, I do. Let's rename that to be player. Okay, continuing. Almost through this. It's kind of amazing. RGB value, get XY. Yes, obviously. Okay. Use loud snake case for local constants. Really? I like using a little K in front of it and then using Pascal case for it. So you see the little K, you have this tight little marker that it's a constant, and you don't have to endure ugly all capital thing. So, I mean, if this is their Lua style guide, okay. Do not call yielding functions on the main task. Wrap them in coroutine, wrap, or delay, and consider exposing a promise or promise-like async interface for your own functions. The yielding model makes calling async tasks transparent, which lets users call complicated functions without understanding coroutines or other async primitives. Unintended yielding can cause hard-to-track data races. Simple code involving callbacks can cause confusing bugs if the input callback yields. Do something local callback, new value, value. I don't know how that's an example. Simple code involving callbacks can be confusing if the input callback. Oh, if that yielded, then we would never get here. I guess it would just exit. Value would just be equal to 0. Got it. Error handling. When writing functions that can fail, return success, result, use a result type, or use an use return success, result, use a result type, or use an asynchronous primitive that encodes failure like a promise. Local function, this can fail. Assert that it is valid. If success, then return you won otherwise. So whatever the heck success constitutes. I don't quite understand what they mean by that. Return true, return false. And you can return multiple things, so we're returning kind of like an array of things. Using exceptions lets unhandled errors bubble up automatically to your caller. Stack traces are automatically attached to errors. Cons, Lua can only throw strings as errors, which makes distinguishing between them very difficult. Exceptions are not encoded into a function's contract explicitly. By returning success result, you force your caller to consider whether an error will happen. When calling functions that communicate failure by throwing, wrap calls in a p-call and make it clear via comment what kind of errors you're expecting to handle. All services should be referenced using game:game get service at the top of the file. When importing a module, use the name of the module for its variable names. There it is. There's a bunch of best practices. I'm going to eat another piece of pizza, and while I do that, I will play some old sassafras music. Which would be music, library, rock, sassafras. I'll open all of it. And then I'll hit pause. And then I will go playlist. And we'll pick a song. Which one should we do? How about that one and that one?
I gotta work on Monday morning. I got the blues on Sunday night. I ain't sick, but I'm praying. Hope I won't be alright. I can leave here anytime. thought I could do it, did ya? Well, I'm walking in the park, naked to the world. Yeah, I'm lying on the ground, naked to the world. Get down. I sit here in this restful silence, watch the water falling out of space, brings me back into myself now, puts my heart and soul back into this place, and I hold my head high to the rain, and I hold my head high to the rain, and I hold my head high to the rain, and I hold my head high to the rain, to the rain, oh, to the rain.
All right, there you have a whole bunch of old sass. Welcome back, CWOT, CWAT. I'm your host, Sassafras, and we're just filling the dead air with dead air from 30 years ago. Yes, that was Rain from my first album, Dangerous Goods, and an all-time favorite song of mine, and possibly yours too. In terms of wanting copies of this, it is on my SoundCloud, which I think you can just type !SoundCloud. And there it is. So you can go there, and the Dangerous Goods album and the Walking Through Live albums are there. So you can go look them up and peruse as you see fit. But my contributions to the world, I don't think they've touched many. I think they've brushed lightly past, like, people getting in and out of an elevator. I will never know if it's true. I mean, here was a funny story, and I'm not totally self-effacing 100%. I'm mostly, but, and it gets more every year, but I had a visitor to the channel, and he was 22 now. He is 22 years old, but 5, 6, 7 years ago, he was in high school, and he followed the channel, and I was streaming to nobody a couple weeks ago. Maybe, when is it? 3 weeks ago. There was nobody here. He came in, said hi, said, "Wow, you're still around." And I didn't recognize the name. It was just somebody who was silent in the background. And I would have probably encouraged him not to hang around if he was just a teenager from high school. But she said, "Can Sass sign it? Because you're amazing." You are amazing, Cav. I only have cassettes. So when we made those albums in 1990 and 92, in 90 we couldn't afford CDs. That wasn't yet the thing. So we printed cassettes, and we printed 1,000 cassettes. I think I still have 750 of them. Nobody wanted it. And then, even though I'm going to play another song, because I'm just going to. The title track, Dangerous Goods, on the Dangerous Goods cassette, got that netted me $121 of royalty money from having been played on the major local rock radio here in Vancouver for like 8 months. It was on regular rotation at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning somewhere. But I had friends call me up in the middle of the night going, "Oh my God, we hear you on the radio," and it was cool. I think the same thing happened when we were on the Canadian version of MTV. In Canada, it's called Much Music, and we had a video made. I posted it to my YouTube channel. The Ain't Easy, but so if you want to see a really young, skinny version of Sass, there it is. But anyways, this kid had remembered, and I guess like many, just listened to the dulcet tones of my voice and used it to mellow out at the end of his high schooly days. He subsequently, in the meantime, had gone off as a photojournalist to cover the atrocities in Ukraine, got PTSD from the whole experience and gave it up and came back to the States. And but he came back and he was like, "Oh, it was such a great channel." I was like, da 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 da. So I understand, that's nice. You have a cassette player? I don't have a cassette player. I used to have a cassette player, but I don't anymore. Well, I have a stereo unit that could play cassettes, but it doesn't work. I mean, see, that's awesome. Cause yeah, I mean, I get it. We do stuff. I was a teacher I taught part time at a trade video game trade school type of thing in Vancouver. I have old car. It doesn't even have a barely functioning radio. So I can't believe somebody hit my car. I'm still upset about it. Still upset about it. A single tail light. Just the light. Just the lens. The plastic lens. $500 to get a replacement piece. But I gotta have to have insurance to cover it, and then blah blah blah, and I probably have to pay a $300 deductible, unless the asshole who did leave his phone number, which I can't call. I'm not gonna call because I don't want to talk to him, because I'm just gonna call him swear words. Agreed to reimburse me for the cost. So if he's gonna reimburse this direct cost that I will install it myself, then hallelujah. But what a jackass! I was just so upset. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, I'll play you one more song. So this was Dangerous Goods. It was our title track, and it was kind of the reason we named the band NOS, not otherwise specified, part of the Dangerous Goods Transportation Act. And it was a good song. I liked it. What kind of car do I have? You don't know what kind of car? I've showed you what kind of car I have. Just a second here. Images. This PC. D. Pictures. Boop. It's my baby. Sass. So the back of this car. So this is a 1966 Beaumont, Canadian-made Chevelle. But yeah, I'll show you what this fucker did. Just a second here. that. One of the taillights. Smashed the taillight. Absolute fucking bullshit. So this whole corner, this metal piece, the chrome bracket, the lens, the internal, the whole corner is $500. You can't buy just the lens. There was only 11,000 pairs of these lenses made, so they're kind of irreplaceable, but there's some guy, a parts seller in Ontario, that's selling it to me. So I got one, and I can just take these 5 screws out and replace this little plastic inset. But it doesn't exist. There's no aftermarket reproductions. The plastic is weird. I could make a mold of it once I get it, but then what am I? The guy who makes plastic molds of lights that, I don't know. It's really upsetting. It's so upsetting. Fuck. Just kicks me in the nards. I don't have nards, so it doesn't kick me there either. So, as we continue, you painted. Oh, you had a Chevelle. Is that what you were saying? Give. 93-year-old gal pulled out on the highway in the middle of the night with no lights in front of me. Front seat was in her trunk. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know, resin printer. I'm sure there's a way, and it could be possibly, but you have to start with a completely finished widget. But oh my God, I love my car so much. It's like I love my car, I love my cat, and I love my kids. So I that's a trifecta of love. I'm pretty rich in that regard. Okay, let's listen to Dangerous Goods, and then we will continue with. So we did the first one, style guide. We'll do the gotchas and whatever row act is. So there's a little bit to be reading here. I'm not reading anything yet. So this is Dangerous Goods.
Cry of the spirit of the wild, weeping over the newborn child. Heir to nothing, heir to all, in pride becoming to the fall. Look around you, oh, it's coming soon. Can't you hear those bells of doom? The things you say, dangerous goods. The things you do, dangerous goods. Yeah. Seems this earth seen better days. A dozen houses choked in haze. Smoke is rising to the sky. A bitter tear falls in my eye. Cloud formation, the stories they tell, cry their sorrow, down on hell. The things you say, dangerous goods. above on the deep blue sea, shining tribute to technology. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, seems the way. Forgetting tomorrow and living today. Holes in the blanket we can never mend. Conservation. Memory lane. So, let's continue. Let's get back to it here. Gotchas on Roblox Style Guide. While not part of the Style Guide proper, this page contains common issues with the code. Such issues tend to catch people. First defense against is knowing they can exist. See also Luo gotchas. Okay. Boolean ops on non-bool values. Common pattern in our code base is to use and or to imitate a ternary operator. This works because anything other than nil or false equivalence is truth. And the Boolean operators use short circuit logic and return the value of the last operand evaluated. So A equals U equals V. Okay, what does that mean? B equals 1, C equals false, D equals A or B, so D would equal A, E, C, and A or B, E equals B. Problem is, this gives us unexpected answers if the middle term is falsy. A equals get X. How is that get X? What? B equals get Y. Are they gluing this example to that example? I'm not sure what they're communicating with the gray block and the red block. With the ternary operator, you would always expect D to equal A. Oh, I see. So we're going. So since A is nothing, well, A is assigned. So if A is assigned or B, then D should equal, I don't know, C is false. So if false and whatever that is, or B, so it would be equal to B. So the problem gives unexpected answers. In this example, C is true, so true and get X or B. But if get X returns nil, then the and becomes true and nil, which equivalents to nil, and so nil and then nil or B. What? Evaluates to B. That's insanity. I don't really understand this. I think the point that they're making is
be very careful about what you think something is equivalent to when you're making comparisons, is particularly when you're trying to do horseshit with ternary operators, which if you're going to do horseshit, don't do it in a ternary. That's my rule. With the we now have if expressions that can replace this pattern with a safer, more readable. Local A, get X. Local B, get Y. Local C, local D, if C, then A, otherwise B. Yes, that's very legible. Oh, I see the A and or. So they're just getting confused with the use of and is kind of tying statements together. So don't do that. Just do if, then, else's in your ternaries, which we already covered in the previous how to do's. Arrays are effectively tables with numerical indices, and the length operator. Hello, kitty cat. Meow, meow, meow. Grabbing my cat. You gonna say hi to everybody? You gonna make meows? Oh, you're gonna claw at me. Here you go. Here. Say meow meow. She doesn't want to. Arrays are things applies to I pairs iterator. What's an I pair? So local. Zero equals, these are such ugly syntax personally, but I'm going to go with it. Fine. We make an array, which looks like a class, but without the index underscore index thing remapped to the class name, because then it would be a class somehow. I don't know. Or no, it'd be empty, and then you do the declaration separately in the new function. Very bizarre. 0000x, and then this is like not a number. So local n is equal to pound a. What does that mean? The length operator pound only counts the contiguous numerical indices starting with 1. Really? And they're contiguous. Wow. That's fucking ugly. So, sorry for the language there. Just had to like absorb what I was learning, and now I'm shocked and amazed. So, how do you get your length? So, for key value in I pairs A, do prints the 3 counted values. That's awful. 1-based indexing? I'm so happy that this exists. This is exactly. They're primitive. They made tables. This is nasty. So, I mean, I like having integer number-based indices, but if you can't iterate them because they have to be sequential, then I guess you don't use the integer pairs, I guess, or integral pairs. I don't know what it stands for. Don't count on the length operator to correctly count the contiguous portion of a sparse array. Internally, it does a binary search to calculate the length, and sometimes sparse arrays can give unexpected results. Okay, so then it's useless. If you need to know the length of a sparse array, you'll need to keep track of it yourself. Use the same pattern of tablepack does and store the length in your sparse array.n. Oh, so I make my own sparse array class and keep a variable around? Because setting a table value to nil removes the key, nil values in arrays can throw off expected lengths. Local A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 gets something, can return nil. Local n is equal to 3. Don't use the length operator. I did. I saw Cav. I saw a little notification pop up in the window, and I was like, oh. I sent out a bunch of packages for Christmas. God damn it, the postage. $225 in postage. I'm going to have a heart attack. That was an expensive mail. One-based index math. It was all candy. I'm such an idiot. Remember that luau indexes start 1 if you're doing math indices. For example, the first index in the list will not be 0, mod 2. And when wrapping a large number into an index, you need to add 1. Gosh. There's a difference between returning nil and returning nothing, but it's not always obvious. Local function return function 1, nil. A equals a thing. Insert into A. What does that mean? Is that like inserting a 1 into the array, or is that the key into the array? So is that the first element of the array? I guess that's what this business is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the array, but you can also index them with your own arbitrary keys. And I don't know what X means. Is X interpreted as a string, as a character constant, as a label? Is it a label or is it a variable? Can you just have a letter be an index like that, or do you have to put ticks around it to make it into a string? This doesn't make sense to me. I have an array. Insert A 1. Inserting a nil leaves it unchanged. Insert A returns nothing. So you're inserting nothing. Okay, well, don't do that. Make sure your function ever returns a value. I mean, who does this? This is not good programming pattern at all. This is bullshit. I'm hoping, I don't know. I mean, you know when people write documents? Like, I'm not an excellent document writer. I'm not going to hold myself up on any type of place and say I'm the one who's good at it. I'm a consumer of this stuff. And when they're written badly, gosh, does it ever irk my Urkel. Like, don't give me bullshit examples if you're not going to you're not going to complete it. Now I'm like left not sure. And you know, I'll trust that your not sureness is more knowing than my not sureness by virtue of you having the confidence to infer that it possibly means something. I tend to have a default, I don't know what they mean, such that I leave this hole in my brain of not knowing. Like, why would you make an example that looks like that? If you're writing the document on gotchas, what not to do, and then they put that in there. Like, really? Is that valid then? Can I just go local A X equals 5, you know, banana equals? Or is it going to complain at me? I don't know. I want to know. Part of me wants to know, you know, like if I made another bullshit script in here, let's just go source plus script. Make a script, and we'll make an array. Local foo equals bracket, and we're going to go 1 equals oof, comma, x equals blah, blast, whatever. I have to spell my examples right. Is it going to like say yes? What does that even mean? If you need to, no, it's not. I don't know, sir. Circumstances. I don't know. If you need to insert into an array without error checking and you want everything to work, then it will always insert. If nil is returned, it will not modify. It's brilliant. I just don't know what the, you know, is that legit? Can I play that? Can it run, or will it give me an error? Ah, good. Give me an error. It's still running. Expected close. Got an equals. Okay, good. That's bollocks. So if we go X, then we stop and save and run. Huh? Why is that wrong? Now I don't know. Do I need a spare line? What's wrong with that? Local A equals brackets. I put terminating commas. What's the problem? But you can do this. I thought you can make arrays made out of, or maybe array. I don't know. Let's continue reading because I think I'm just. Arrays are effectively tables with numerical integers, and the length only counts things. So maybe they think this is an array, and I can't use a string because they didn't put anything about keys. Okay, well, let's ignore my dumb thing. So an array has got numbers. Don't count length numbers, nil values, because we learned that. One base. Remember that indices start at 1. Return values, got it. Returning multiple values. Lua functions can return multiple values, but the extra values can be lost in some slightly unexpected situations. I think you're right. I think you're right. So I can fix my dumb example by just not doing that. And then I would go for, oh, I already forgot the syntax. I need to type it at least once for my brain to register that this is how I do this. Where did the example go? For k value in I pairs do I. For bracket k value in I pairs foo do copy print k plus squiggle squiggle plus v. And it still doesn't like that, bitch. What's the problem? That's their example. Do you see? Did I, what? Local A equals curly bracket, number equals quoted thing. Oh, I put brackets around the K and V. Do print KV and print with commas. Prints the 3 counted values. Fine, I'll print it the same way. Print K, comma V. Or do I go K, quote, squiggle squiggle, quote, comma? And then I get rid of these things. It's still got it's still highlighting that as an error. I don't see the error. What's the error? Expected bracket to close bracket at line 1 got an equals. What? I don't understand. Why is this not working? Does it all have to be on one line? For goodness sakes. Or maybe that's, oh, that's just a comment. That's just that it is, no, because it said it's key value pairs. They literally printed it out. Prints the 3 counted variables. Unless that's not the word counted, unless this is not supposed to be. Okay, I'm going to just hold on to my brain for a second here, and I'm going to say that I don't understand. What if I did this? What if I printed oof and blah? Can I put them on separate lines? And stop and save and go back to it. And now let's print. Ah, the index is 1 for oof and the index for 2 is for blah is 2. Okay, thank you. I understand. Their example, again, top-notch, top quality documentation. That was just an that was just them making comments in their code. So this is not code. This is just a comment. And this is not valid syntax. Awesome. That's sarcasm. Length and sparse arrays. Don't count in length. We've been here before, didn't we? They're just saying it again. Only counts contiguous portions. It does a binary search. If you need to know the length, keep track of it yourself. Use the same pattern that table pack does and store the length in your sparse array. I don't know what we need an example with that. Because setting a table value to nil removes the key. Don't call functions that return things and directly assign them because it'll delete them. Starts at 1. Return nothing. Functions return multiple things. Luau functions can return multiple values, but the extra values can be lost. All others will in particular, only the last function in a list will be expanded. All others will only retain their first input. Local function values. If the value is equal to n, then return 1. Otherwise, if n equals 2. So, print values 2. 1, 2. Print values 1. Print values 2. What? Print values 3. 1, 2, 3. What? I mean, that's insane, but maybe if you're returning lists of things, I don't know why you would do this, but Luau function can return multiple values, but the extra values can be lost. In particular, only the last function in a list will be expanded. Oh, so the functions 2 will do 1, 2. This one won't be. So these only get, so this one is only going to get 1, and then that's going to get 1, 2, but it's not going to get 1, 2, it's only going to get 1, and then that's the last one, which returns 1. Okay, I mean, I already have a habit of not relying on a return value, returning multiple values. I use out variables, but I think basically the code, the learnings that we can have here is no, just don't. If you're writing code that looks like that, you need to not do it. That's all. A more realistic example of where this might come up is a function that uses default values. Position x, y, and z. Z equals z or 0. So you're defaulting variables, and that's how you do your defaults, is by doing internal assignments. Position get x, get y. If get y returns a second value, some of the time it can unintentionally change z. But if that's happening, your world is collapsing around you and you have nothing, you can't control anything. You are just simply drowning. I have to keep watch of this. I did an update on my API usage, and we're at 9,332 out of my 10,000 for the day. So we're just about at the end of the stream, I think, because it was snowing. It's still snowing. It's still snowing. There's snow everywhere outside. I was gonna go get a Christmas tree, and it is now 3 o'clock, and I think they all close at 4:30. So if I was gonna get it, I gotta go do it. So it's probably a good time to take a break, go do something else. Maybe come back, play some GTA or program some more. I don't know. We'll finish this. We only have like this little bit to go. Both of the above problems are frequently hidden because there are several situations where Lua will force the results into one value. Putting parentheses around an expression will force exactly one, either the first or their multiple. Signing a list of variables will force into a single value, filling the extras with nil. As mentioned above, only the last of a set of values will be expanded. Anything else will be reduced. Instances are the only Roblox type that are safe to use as a table key. Even then, instances should never be used as keys in a weak table as their collision semantics are unintuitive and not useful. Don't know what that totally means, but there it is. ROACT makes a large percentage of our code bag, so it's worth writing down any stylistic decisions that is specifically to ROACT code. All the normal styles are... Okay, I don't know what ROACT code is. What? How did I get here if that's not legit? Oh, that's GitHub. Roblox GitHub? There isn't a GitHub. Well, then how did I get there? As you wish. Well, we have learned some things, and that's valuable. I have to say that's worth having learned things. I don't know, man. What should I do? Should we end on a song? Does that sound like the right thing to do? I'll play this one. And this one. I'll do 2 songs. These are my old songs again. This is my whole this is my my discography. That's all the songs I recorded in my life. Not very many. I'm not prolific. I mean, there's other things I've recorded. Obviously, from streaming, I recorded a whole bunch of nonsense. But yeah, but I'll play these, and then I'll take a break because I've been here for almost 5 hours, and I've used up my YouTube quota. I'll see when they renew it. Whether it's UTC time or local time. But I only got 700 calls left. Okay, so Bananas, King of the Swamp, and Ain't Easy. And if I do a casual stream, if I do casual stream, it won't include YouTube. It'll be Twitch only because I'm recording to YouTube technical stuff so that I can actually have a record of this. And then the next technical stream for Roblox will hopefully be a planning and start scribbling out the architecture of the game. And we'll do that soon, probably, because I'm kind of excited about it. And then the bot's basically working. It has bugs. It's a pile of crap. I don't know if anybody ever cares about it. Everybody's written their own bot that's better and somehow more up-to-date and modern. But, you know, that's the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to make new things. You have been listening to CWOT, CWAT. I'll keep the screen live so that you know I'm still here. And then when this ends, I don't know, we'll see where we're at. But, yeah, YouTube is just, if I show you my usage, 933.2. If I refresh this, just grabbing your chat, well, it hasn't changed. 933.2. It'll probably go up again, so we'll see. King of the Swamp. Okay, so thanks for visiting. That was a whole bunch of silly fun. I think we learned a whole bunch about, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. Things were learned and wonderful people visited, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go do my little thing for the afternoon, and then whatever, and then afterwards I'll probably come back to Twitch and play GTA and do car chases and blow up stuff and be generally irresponsible and juvenile, just like we expect to be. Doesn't that sound fun? I think it sounds fun, but I won't be on YouTube, just Twitch. So thank you, Give, for being here. You're amazing, as are you, Cav, and other Cav, or Cav Part 2, and Grayley, and all the bots.